Welcome to the American Justice Summit. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Flash photography is not permitted in the theater. Thank you.
So it was one of those days. I was running late for the airport, and I was just trying to get all my stuff together, and I was running, and just as I got to the door, my assistant handed me this envelope, a manila folder, and didn't give me any warning on what was in it, just said, hey, read this stuff and take a look at it. Usually it's something I have to sign or read or, what it is. So I settle in, finally barely make the flight, and I get into the seat, and I'm going through some things, and I pull out a letter, and it was a handwritten letter, and it wasn't like anything else that was in the envelope, and I pull it out, and I start reading. It's kind of like it's kind of childlike in the way it was written, and it says, "Dear Hill Harper, my name is Brian, 16 years old, and I'm in jail. I can't use a computer, so I can't email you. I wrote these to some place in New York, and I hope and pray the fax these letters to you. I'll give it to you some way because I really want to talk to you about a lot of stuff, Hill. I just finished reading your book, Letters to a Young Brother. It was the best book I ever read in my life, and I mean that. So if Penguin Ink give you these letters, I'd like to have your home address so we can correspond back and forth to each other. Like you said in your book, many young people don't have a role model. I didn't have one. That's why I'm in jail, but I have one now. His name is Hill Harper, and I really hope Penguin Ink give you these letters first class, and if you do get it, can you please write me back? Now, I read in your book that you play in CSI New York. I like that show, and I also like CSI Miami, but I do like your show a little better. That's good. And I also read you went to school with Barack Obama. If you can tell him I said hello. If I was at home, I'd vote him president if I was older. I'm only 16. And I'll tell you why I'm in jail and how much time I have if you write me back, or even if you get my letter, which I hope you do. Well, that's everything for now. Hope you write back. Your friend and brother Brian. So I was on the plane, and I started to tear up when I got that letter, because if you just do like a real quick cursory analysis of it, number one, he said he's 16 years old, but it's written at kind of like a third or fourth grade level. And then you say, well, wow, he wrote it to some place in New York and just sent it out there, and he says about 3 or 4 times, I hope you write me back, which in my mind is tantamount to someone kind of just sitting there writing out something, sticking it into a jar and throwing it into the ocean, saying, yo, I need help. Help me, please. Somebody. Anybody. Does somebody hear my voice? I'm 16 years old. And so I tracked down Brian, and I got to know him, and he's 14 years old when he was tried as an adult. Started to find out that, we live in the only country in the world where we'll give minors 14, 13, 15 years old life sentences. And started to dig a little deeper and learn a little bit more about him. And the crime he committed was horrendous. It was horrific. And I think about that victim because I care about the victim too. But what I started to realize is that the more work we do in ending recidivism and stopping the social systemic problems that caused the original crime, the more we can help victims. So Brian's 24 now. Yeah, I got that letter a long time ago. Talk to him on a regular basis. He's still in prison, yeah. So he's been there since he's been 14. And he's worked hard since he's been there. He's gotten better. He reads better than fourth grade level. And he helped me. He helped me with this book right here. He gave me notes. He told me what sucked about it when I sent him the manuscript, But I'll tell you what. I get tens to hundreds of letters to my office from Brian's and Brianna's and Jose's and Jessica's and Javier's and Sarah's, Stevie's. And you guys, I'm tired of getting those letters. I don't want any more letters from the Brians or the Briannas. So part of the work here today is I hope people will truly be courageous. I hope people will truly speak about solutions within the system and outside of the system. Because the problems we have right now, we should stop colluding in and allowing them to exist. Have a great day.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the first American Justice Summit. We're all propelled here today by outrage and faith. Outrage at the cruelties committed in our name, at the damage to our society when punishment itself becomes a species of crime, and faith. Faith in America, faith in this country's long, unfinished struggle to live up to its ideals, and faith in the power of human decency and citizenly action. We have evidence of that faith today in this extraordinary assemblage of stage performers and in the audience. Lawyers, doctors, therapists, corrections professionals, advocates, writers, activists, and all of you who cared enough to come this afternoon. I'm very honored to be joined by our partners and co-hosts. Jeremy Travis, the president of John Jay College of Criminal Justice, Neil Barsky, filmmaker and founder of the Marshall Project, Piper Kerman, activist and author of Orange is the New Black, Brian Stevenson, executive director of the Equal Justice Initiative, Pamela Thomas Graham, head of private banking and new markets for Credit Suisse, Jeffrey Toobin, staff writer at The New Yorker and legal analyst at CNN, and Darren Walker, president of the Ford Foundation. And let's not forget the great Harry Belafonte, who's only not here himself today because he's gone to Ferguson last night to see if he can try to quell some of the racial tension in anticipation of the grand jury's decision. As you've just seen, America's prisons now hold 2.3 million people, more incarcerated people than China, more than Russia, more than any other country in the world. It's as if we have criminalized poverty, criminalized mental illness, criminalized being young, and criminalized being black. Mass incarceration is now the ugliest face of America's social and economic divide. I recently visited Graterford, which is a maximum security state prison in Pennsylvania, 30 miles from Philadelphia. And really, I've led a pretty sheltered life in many ways. And what I saw and heard there really shocked me quite profoundly. I met lifers who had been in cells 6 by 13 feet for longer than 40 years. But in that sobering place, I also found selfless, dedicated people who are trying valiantly to bring hope through education and medical help and psychological support. And many such people are going to be here with us this afternoon. They know that there's a better way if only the political will can be summoned. What's exciting is that a bipartisan energy for criminal justice reform does seem to be on the rise, as is clear from the increasing influence of the right on crime movement, and how just last week California voted for sentencing reform with Proposition 47. And then we saw just the other day the incredible $50 million grant from George Soros' Open Society Foundations to make criminal justice reform a national, state, and local election issue. We certainly see commitment from our supporters and partners for this evening. First, I must thank Credit Suisse. Frankly, the fact that a Tony Swiss bank is supporting a summit on criminal justice reform has a lot to do with the personal commitment of Pamela Thomas Graham, my co-host. Thank you so much, Pamela. And thank you also to the Ford Foundation, whose commitment to social progress is enhanced by the inspired leadership of Darren Walker. And thank you also to the bastion of legal and scholarly integrity, John Jay College, where we are this afternoon, and to Just Leadership USA for their extraordinary work on these issues. Thank you also to the summit's supporting media partner, Investigation Discovery Channel, and our media partners, Vice News and the Marshall Project, the brilliant new journalistic brainchild of Neil Barsky and Bill Keller. Please let your friends know that they can watch a live stream of today's event on vicenews.com. If you're tweeting, which I hope you will, please use the hashtag AmericanJustice. Also, please know that you're going to find a lot of websites of organizations that you'll hear about today in your program's outreach page, and you can do what you will if you like to support them. And finally, we plan to take advantage of the great brain trust that we've assembled in a concrete way. Daniel Stageman, Director of Research Operations here at John Jay, and several of his colleagues have agreed to produce a white paper later that will sift and synthesize the ideas and proposals that emerge from the stage. We want today's discussions to have tangible results. Let's hope today's first American Justice Summit brings us to a political and social tipping point, or further along. Let's send a message to our wretched, feuding Congress that the very character of our nation is at stake, and this must happen. So, welcome everybody, and let's get to work.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is France Jerome. I am a native New Yorker, lifelong resident in the Bronx, the son of a retired decorated detective, spent 10 years serving our city as a youth worker, and I've never committed a criminal offense. But that has not stopped me from being stopped and frisked or pulled over in my car upwards of 30 times. The first of those many experiences with law enforcement happened when I was 11. My cousin and I were outside, relaxing, taking in the day. Someone ran past us. An officer after him. My cousin and I were mistaken, placed on the ground, hands on our heads, and asked a lot of questions we had no answers for. I can remember watching a lot of movies as a kid and watching a lot of television and thinking to myself, while I was on the ground, that I was the bad guy, that I had done something wrong. And that trauma, that stigma, I find in the eyes of a lot of the youth that I work with, who don't feel any connection or relation to anything police-related. A lot of the work I do is trying to convince them to recognize that they are not the bad guy, and that not all cops are bad people. But maybe they just work inside of a broken system. The last 10 years of that youth work has been primarily with kids who are at risk. They live in dangerous communities. They live with a police force they can't relate to and carry that trauma around with them all day. Even I, the son of a decorated and retired detective, am not immune. But all of that stigma, all of that trauma has inspired me to write poetry. And it's that which I share with you, that I share with the world, that I share with my youth, that allows them to share those experiences. And with that, I leave you with what they left me, the inspiration to write a poem. Here's that poem.
Imagine for 1 minute and 26 seconds that my eye contact can change your perception. Let your thoughts go and see what's really there in the essence. You see a dealer, degenerate and destitute, who will do his best to get the best of you. All of us, somehow armed with bullets to get through the vest of you. Look closer. Half of us are scared to death to walk out our vestibules. Out of fear, your fear will leave us vegetables. Look at me. Let the sentiment of my human element get through to the chest of you. You, the overseer in the field, in a watchtower made of glass. Fast forward to the days of future past, you remain a sentinel. You see pants-sagging, fire-breathing dragon between 5'9" and 6'4" to perfectly fit in a paddy wagon. A vessel full of wasted time and taxpayer money, whose life is a joke not worth taking the time to find funny. Listen to me. Allow my verbiage to alter your vision and clearly see the people standing next to you. That dude standing on the corner isn't a vex to you. He just worked a 9 to 9 to feed his daughters 5 and 9. A father inching his way toward the poverty line, probably trying to buy some food. Yes, I put a hex on you. May you ever see the people as people and not property. But if you do, Picture me standing next to you.
Good afternoon. I am Jeremy Travis, president of John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and I'm honored to be hosting today's American Justice Summit with Tina Brown and the other co-hosts. I and we are here today for 2.3 million people who are behind bars. I also stand before you today as the chair of a committee of scholars, which was asked by the National Academy of Sciences to address two profound questions. First, how did we get to this point? How did we become the world's largest jailer? And second, what are the consequences for our society of having 1 in 100 American adults behind bars? The first step is to recognize that it has not always been so. If we go back in our history, before we even knew the phrase mass incarceration, we had a very low rate of imprisonment. Between 1920 and the early 1970s, our incarceration rate was stable at about 110 per 100,000. During these 50 years, America went through some hard times, some good times, through war and peace, through the Great Depression, times of economic growth, great influx of immigrants, times of enormous social change, and yet, through all this, the prison rate in America remained steady. In 1972, we started on a different course. We started to increase the number of people we sent to prison, and we continued to increase our incarceration rate every year, for the next 40 years. So that by 2009, we had quadrupled the rate of incarceration in our country, and we had increased 7-fold the number of people behind bars. Now we say we live in an era of mass incarceration. This new reality is not only aberrational in terms of our own history, but it is internationally unique. Compared to every other Western democracy, our rate of incarceration is 5 to 10 times higher. No other country, no other democracy responds to crime by putting so many of its own citizens behind bars. So how did this happen? The answer is, frankly, brutally, we chose to be here. This, I think, is the most bracing conclusion of the National Academy of Sciences report. Our high incarceration rates reflect choices that we made in our democracy. So what does this say about our political history over the last 4 decades? The report is also clear on this point. We elected political candidates for office who promised to be tough on crime, and they delivered. We made, through our legislative and executive and judicial branches, we made long sentences longer. We adopted phrases that had meaning like truth in sentencing, 3 strikes and you're out, life without parole. And at the same time, through mandatory minimums, we placed people in prison who could have been better sanctioned in the community. And at the same time, we launched a war on drugs that used the heavy hammer of prison in ways that no other democracy has. So these are all choices that we made. Political choices that have set us apart from other countries. So, as a result of these choices, the rate of incarceration for all crimes has increased by 4-fold. Some doubled, some tripled, some 4-fold. But the greatest increase has been for drug crimes. And there, the incarceration rate has increased 10-fold. So all of these increases have significant consequences for our democracy, for our society, for our labor markets, and in particular, for communities of color. So 90% of the people in prison are men. Over half are Black or Hispanic. They come predominantly from communities of color. And one of the findings of our report, very troubling, is that almost all of the growth came from high school dropouts. So just consider what I consider to be a jaw-dropping statistic in the National Academy report. Today, standing here today, the chances that a male African-American high school dropout will spend at least a year in prison before his mid-30s is 68%. A generation ago, before the prison buildup started, before the 70s, that same individual, an African-American male high school dropout, had a 15% chance over his lifetime of serving at least a year in prison. What have we done to our country? What have we done for our aspirations for racial justice? What have we done for those who are struggling on the margins of our society? This is not because the rates of crime in that community are higher. We have the lowest crime in a generation. This is because we've chosen to be here. So just to be clear, the National Academy report also found that one thing that did not bring us to the era of mass incarceration is our crime rate. During the 40 years of steady growth of incarceration, the crime rate has gone up and gone down. Once again, the report was clear. The crime increases in the 60s and the 70s and the early 80s changed the politics of crime. But it's not the crime rates themselves that have caused the increase in incarceration. So some would say, what about the crime decline? Do we have a safer society, one might ask, today because we have so many people in prison? A reasonable question. Again, the National Academy report is illuminating. According to the research that we summarized, the twin drivers of high incarceration rates, making already long sentences longer and putting people in prison who otherwise could have been sanctioned in the community, the very strong research findings is that those two sentencing changes have very little public safety benefit. At the same time, the enormous increase of people in prison for drug crimes has had very little effect on the use of crime and the price of, the use of drugs and the price of drugs. So today, as we sit here at this summit, we face twin realities that have brought us together. On the one hand, we have the lowest crime rates in a generation, and we celebrate this fact as we should. This is something that was not imaginable 20 years ago, 25 years ago, at the height of the crack epidemic. And at the same time, the second reality is that we have the world's highest incarceration rates. Yet, and most important, what we know is that these two realities are not causally linked. Stated differently, we know today that we can cut our prison rates dramatically without jeopardizing public safety. And we see all around us examples of states that are doing exactly that. So, as a society, we need to ask some very, very tough questions. We have to choose to exit the reality where we find ourselves, the era of mass incarceration, by reverting to the democratic processes that got us here. Just to be clear, we can't bring incarceration rates down much by bringing crime rates down, as important as that is. Instead, we need a new political reality. If our democracy got us into this fix, our democracy has to get us out. So what do we need? And what are we committed to today, and what do we hope you sign on to? We need brave governors. We need brave legislators. We need brave judges. More importantly, we need a public that demands that our elected officials do what needs to be done because they're not always inclined to be brave. So what needs to be done? The agenda is quite clear. Long sentences need to be shorter. We don't need, as we now have, nursing homes behind bars. We don't need, as we now have, geriatric prisons. We don't need inmates so old and infirm that they can't remember the crime that they committed when they come before a parole board. We don't need inmates on dialysis machines. We need to punish according to the severity of the crime and not in excess. We need parsimony in our punishment. Second, we need to be more imaginative in dealing with low-level offenses and not rely on the mandatory sentences that have been the second big contributor to mass incarceration. Those individuals need to be sanctioned in communities. People with mental illness, addiction problems, need not be in prison. We need to use our ingenuity, the American ingenuity, to find other ways to address their problems and to respond to the crimes that they commit. And third, we need to rethink the war on drugs. No other country has done what we have done, and we need to dial it back. We need to think about new ways to respond to drug use as a health and a mental health issue, and we need to think about new ways to work with communities to provide safety if those communities are overrun with drug dealers. We need prison less and creativity more. So the bottom line, it's simple, and that's why we're here, but it'll take a long time. The bottom line is we need a national movement to cut the prison population at least in half. We know that we can do it. It may take years, but the time to get started is now. Thank you for coming.
Hello, everybody. I'm George Stephanopoulos, and we're going to talk about what is prison for. We just heard Jeremy Travis talk about the goal of cutting prison populations in half and about the nuts and bolts of what that's going to take. In this panel, what we want to do is take a step back, a little more philosophical look at the idea of prison, the goal of putting people behind bars. And, it seems like a very simple notion. The idea of crime and punishment is sort of rooted in the idea of justice for so many people. But I think our panelists here have some layered and varied answers to that question based on the work they've done, the lives they've lived. And we're going to get right to it. And let me introduce our panelists right now. John Wetzel, Secretary of Corrections for Pennsylvania, formerly one of the youngest prison wardens in the nation's history. He's also gained a reputation as a reformer, oversees 26 prisons, 60 halfway houses, an annual budget of $2 billion. Next to him, the Honorable Eric Harmon, Superior Court Judge in Los Angeles, began his life campaigning against the death penalty in Texas. After that, 14 years as a district attorney in LA, a job that caused him to change his position on the death penalty. And as a judge, he's overseen hundreds of cases and handed down 25 life sentences, 3 death verdicts. Glenn Martin, far end, founder of Just Leadership USA. He and his organization advocate for policy changes to reduce incarceration. And before that, he actually was incarcerated for 6 years for armed robbery, spending 2 years at Rikers Island, another 4 in prison in upstate New York. And right to my left here, Jennifer Bishop Jenkins, a victims' rights advocate, founder of the National Organization for Victims of Juvenile Murderers. She campaigns against gun violence and serves on the U.S. Sentencing Commission's Victims Advisory Group. Judge Harmon, let me begin with you. You've had to send people to prison. You've sentenced a lot of people over the course of your career, sent them and as a prosecutor as well. What is your simple answer to that question? When you send people to prison, what's the goal?
Well, when I sentence someone to prison, I look at 2 things. I look at the crime and I look at the criminal. So I try to figure out who is the most violent among these criminals and the reasons for that violence, and then mete out a sentence accordingly. Oftentimes, when I see victims of crime speak in court on behalf of their loved ones, it's moving. I have a job to do also, which is to be objective. But I listen to the victims, and I listen to the damage that it's done to them so that I can fairly determine how long this person belongs in prison. Then I also look at the level and breadth of violence in their past. It's something it's staggering when I look at the violence against women, violence against children, sexual abuse, things of that nature. It's just pretty stomach turning. So I look to see exactly who I'm dealing with, and then have we tried to administer the message to them before? If you keep doing this, you're going to go back to prison. If my hands are tied by a mandatory sentencing, which is very rare, by the way, then they go to prison out of the box for whatever enumerated crime they committed, typically something homicide-related or something that's sexually related.
It depends a little bit on the circumstance, but how much of what you do is simply to be a voice for the public and express the public's need for retribution, and some would even say vengeance?
Very little. I think of it more in terms of incapacitation. When do I need to get them out of the community? Because I keep in mind that when I was working on the streets of South LA, 99% of the people there are law-abiding who just want to go to work and church and school and raise their families. There's always one or two, criminal street gangs mostly, people who poison the water for the whole community. So I keep that in mind, and at a certain point, they got to go. They got to go through the metal doors.
And so it's about public safety.
Yes, that's pretty much what drives it, yeah.
And John, when you look at your mission as the warden of the prison, as the secretary of corrections, what is it you're trying to do?
We're trying to have people leave the back of our system, at least not worse, hopefully better than they came in, the front end of the system. One of the challenges is that we don't pick who comes. We're like Motel 6, we'll leave the light on for you. We take whoever comes up at our door. We do very well with higher risk offenders. They leave lower risk. Lower risk offenders leave higher risk. And that's just the reality of where we're at.
And what about this notion that so many prisons have just become sort of the college for becoming an even more sophisticated, even more violent criminal?
I think that's a fair argument. It's overly simplified, which is kind of the nature of corrections reform narrative often. But lower risk offenders who come into an intense environment that is a state prison often come out worse, often, especially younger, easily influenced without a strong male parental figure in their life. It's not a stretch to see them assume, or an older, more sophisticated inmate assume that father figure, and sometimes that's a good thing. We have a lot of men incarcerated who, at this point in their life, are good mentors and really try to guide folks. In some cases, that's not such a good thing, and that's the situation described. That's kind of how that happens.
Glenn, that did not happen to you. Why?
My experience in the criminal justice system, first of all, I always find these conversations interesting because whenever you have a conversation about the criminal justice system and you start with the most heinous crimes, it's difficult to have a rational conversation, and it doesn't match with who's ended up in our criminal justice system in the past 40 to 45 years. The truth is that we can do a better job of right-sizing our criminal justice system, but the one that we currently have is operating on full throttle with no one in the driver's seat, essentially. And what we've ended up with is what I experienced when I was in prison, which is that I left behind some of America's best and brightest. And so while some people may go to prison and learn how to be a better criminal, if you will, what I learned in prison was compassion and humanity from some of the people I served time with. Because the truth is, prison is not where we send bad people who do bad things. Prison is where we send good people who do bad things also. And so what I find is that if we are much more nuanced than we've been for the past 4 decades, we'll end up with folks like myself. I mean, I am no exception. People try to exceptionalize me, but the truth is that I was exposed to exceptional opportunities. And I think we do that for more people who find themselves with handcuffs on.
So how did you find yourself surrounded by people who could help you rather than hurt you?
I mean, I found that a correction counselor leaned over my shoulder one day and said, "Wow, your test scores look great. You should go to college." That could have happened to me 10 years earlier in the community. It didn't. It happened in the prison setting. And I was lucky enough to end up at one of the remaining college programs in prison in New York State. That was taken away by Congress in its infinite wisdom 20 years ago.
But you also, I guess, had to believe that getting that degree would make a difference, that in some way the system wasn't completely rigged against you.
Well, it was 2 things. One, again, it was the individual who took the time to invest in me and see something in me that I didn't see in myself. Secondly, the quality liberal arts college degree that I got helped me to rewrite the narrative that allowed me to commit crime in the first place. It essentially exposed me to an education that allowed me to realize I fit into society differently than how I thought I fit in when I grew up in a very poor community in Brooklyn, New York.
And Jennifer, you came to this from a tragedy. Yes. You've been advocating for victims' rights for some time now because of something that happened to your family. Why don't you tell us the story?
So some years ago, my sister, her husband, and their baby were murdered in suburban Chicago, and the killer was just shy of his adult age, so he was technically a juvenile, but was tried as an adult. He killed them for no reason other than the sheer thrill of it. He was your classic sociopath, psychopath. He picked them because their house was across the street from the police station, and he wanted to do it right under the police's nose and get away with it. My sister was a beautiful 25-year-old mother-to-be, and she and her husband were the dearest, most wonderful people, and they deserved to have their life, and it was taken from them. And by a man who is no doubt dangerous, tried to kill his parents before he killed my family members, was planning a mass murder after their murder. He was clearly a serial killer in the making.
And you think he should just be off the streets?
So I do think that prison has a purpose, and that is to incapacitate the dangerous, the truly dangerous. And I would completely concur with, I think, what is a consensus not only here today, but across the country, that prisons are overpopulated with not truly dangerous people. And that is definitely a problem we have to solve. But there are some dangerous people, and it is sad for us to recognize that there are dangerous people. But we have good science that helps us identify them now. We have risk assessment tools. We know how to find that 1% of all people who are psychopaths. And that's where we should be concentrating. The purpose of prisons is to incapacitate those people who are dangerous.
I want to follow up with John on this, but I wonder why, and I'm probably stepping into a bit of a thicket here. Why is everybody so reluctant to say that it's okay for there to be retribution and punishment?
I don't think that, I think that's a piece of the system. I think the issue becomes when we go too far to one extreme. And frankly, we can't afford retribution for everybody we're pissed off at. And that's frankly how we got where we're at. So retribution's great till we're broke.
So it's out of balance. It's
out of balance. And if the process of retribution leads to more crime at the back end, then what are we doing?
So what do you do with someone like the man who killed her sister? He's not going to be rehabilitated. Where does he go? What do you do?
He's in, I don't know what the
He's
sentence
serving
was
3
there.
life without parole sentences, and that's appropriate in his case.
And Tina wrote about visiting one of your prisons. It seems like even for those criminals, at what point do we say there has to be some sort of attempt at creating some kind of life, even if we want to exact the most severe punishment?
I think one of the things that's really interesting in this narrative is places like this, academic discussions. You know, it's really easy to be either or, but the reality is it's both and. And when you walk through and when you see the faces impacted, when you spend time with the family members of those who are killed, when you spend time with the children of incarcerated parents, these are all very difficult circumstances, and they're all very difficult decisions. But I think the question that we all have to ask ourselves as a society, as a country, is what are we trying to do? And when's enough enough? And I think that's where the conversation's coming. So when Tina walked through SCI Greaterford with us a couple of weeks ago, we ran into an individual who was incarcerated for 46 years. He was incarcerated at a young age, Vietnam vet, suffering from PTSD at the time. And if you talk to that man today, the question is that the same man that committed the crime? And if the answer is no, then that's where the question comes in, when's enough enough? Now in Pennsylvania, life means life. That means that if we have 51,000 people incarcerated today, 5,100 of them will die in one of our prisons. And so the people like that really make the narrative not such an easy one. It may be an easy one here on this stage, but it's not an easy one when you're trying to balance, when you're trying to meter justice with mercy. And that's really, I think, the conflict that we all struggle with.
And it's in your hands.
Right.
Every single day you have to be making these judgments about individuals before you, about the crimes they committed, about the possibility that this does not mark them forever. How do you do it?
Well, it's not an easy task. It goes back to one of the things that Glenn was saying about not letting violent crime drive the debate about prisons, not letting one end of the spectrum drive this whole discussion. You know, you can't talk about this topic without talking about race and inequality in America. You can't talk about this without talking about guns and domestic abuse that develops a sense of violence in children. You know, I can't tell you how many times I've heard a 911 call from, you know, a kid calling the police saying, come get mom's boyfriend off of mom. That's the culture that some of these kids would grow up in. So for me, it's not easy. I recognize all sides of it. It's better than being a DA and walking around with a hammer looking for nails. This is a chance to stand back and listen to everybody's story and make that individualized determination. It's not like the federal system where that's the small percentage of people incarcerated today are incarcerated in federal facilities. They're more like John's facilities, state run. And those 14% of the people incarcerated in California are for drug-related offenses. Possession offenses, after Prop 47, it's almost done. You're not going to prison if you have heroin, cocaine, which might be the right answer. We can't let that, however, the war on drugs, so to speak, drive this whole discussion.
Let me add, well, first of all, I'm not used to a commissioner and a former prosecutor getting out ahead of me on the best talking points about this issue. But let me add some more nuance here, because when we have this adversarial system where we put people in one bucket or the other, right? Perpetrator or victim. And the truth is that people don't get on airplanes to go commit crimes. They commit crimes right there in their communities, in their building, in their homes, in their families, against themselves. And that means that communities that are disproportionately impacted by crime are similarly disproportionately impacted by victimization. And I think we need to do a better job of recognizing that, because in communities where the resources don't exist to respond to that sort of victimization, what we get is that it calcifies and people turn around and become the offender. I didn't learn how to pull out a gun on someone until someone pulled out a gun on me. And I think we have to have a criminal justice system that is much more nuanced in its approach to how people end up there. Because the drug offender today, I would argue, is the same guy who gets caught with a gun in his waist tomorrow, because it all goes with the lifestyle, yet we put them on a totally different track as a result.
So what do you, I mean, I'm going to come to you in a second, but let's play it out here for a second. 18-year-old comes to you. Let's say it's a first offense, but he was part of a gang, and he was the guy that ended up holding the gun. Didn't shoot it, but he was holding it, and maybe driving the car. It seems like he was, in some ways, a victim of the culture, yet he clearly did something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you look for, I want to, when I'm sentencing somebody, look for the goodness in them too, you know. I want to see what Glenn was showing back then, and I look for it. Unfortunately, I don't want to say he's the exception, but I just don't see it that often. But somebody who's 18, who's young, whose brain is physiologically different than everybody else's, I tend to have more mercy on them absent some compelling, violent result. And it depends on what their support system is. Or have they been in the system before? Have we failed them by telling them, since they've been in YA, which is our youth authority, that you can do things without consequences? If we failed them in that sense, by the time they get to 18, there's no mystery about why he doesn't get that guns are bad. It's because we've been telling him that, you know, we're going to do something different.
And in a case like that, how much flexibility? You said, I was surprised to hear you say you had a lot of flexibility. How much do you?
I have a ton. I have a ton. And that's what makes the speaker's point earlier about democracy. If you don't like the decision your judges are making, you can change who your judge is at the voting booth. I don't encourage it for those who are good, but my point is that you're not powerless there, and we need compassionate judges. It's hard to stay abreast of those issues, but my hands are tied only in a very limited way. If it's a sex crime against a kid, a murder, what I alluded to earlier. Other than that, I deny probation or send them to prison, and there are very few crimes that don't have the possibility of probation and getting an education and getting a job. You need a good advocate on their side, a public defender normally, somebody whose office is robustly funded so that they can present to me those compelling mitigation circumstances.
And Jennifer, you believe obviously the victims have to have a seat at that table.
Oh yeah, the victims have rights in the constitutions of 33 states and to participate. And this needs to be in the U.S., back in the U.S. Constitution, there's no question. But the point I wanted to make is I think all of this is absolutely correct. I'm not disagreeing with any of it. But we also have people like my sister's killer, who was from a wealthy home, had fantastic parents, went to a great school, had no trauma in his life, didn't have a violent history or background, lived in a $3 million house in Winnetka, Illinois, wealthy parents. He had every opportunity for a great life, but there was something really wrong with him. And we do have to do a better job, I think, of sorting out who those people are. And we know that there are people who are traumatized, and even victims. It's so true that people who are victimized when they're younger, the trauma in their brains, they actually can become victimizers. And it's really important that we use the prisons to treat trauma and to actually identify those who are trauma victims, because that does perpetuate the cycle. But we also need to recognize that there are some people who they grow up in horrific circumstances and never choose to commit crime. And there are some people who grow up in wonderful circumstances who do. And we have to find out what's going on there.
So I agree, and I applaud you for being so courageous to tell your story repeatedly. I think it's important that you do so. At the same time, here's my thought, that when I speak to victims, and I say to victims, what are they looking for from the criminal justice system, what they say more often than not is for the person to never do it again. And we have a criminal justice system that doesn't produce those outcomes. 2/3 of people who get out go back to prison within 3 years. And I can't think of any other industry that would operate with that failure rate and continue to operate.
Well, let's bring that back to John. I mean, your system is called the correction system in Pennsylvania. How do you shoot that idea through the entire system?
Yeah, and I think that certainly we're called the correction system, but you could make an honest argument that that's a misnomer at this point. And again, I don't think it's a simple answer. When you talk about how do we reel this in, where do we get to? The answer is simple to me. Insert science, insert diagnostics at the front end. I mean, the similarities or the potential similarities between the corrections field and the medical field are so obvious to me. If you just look at, if I get knee surgery 30 years ago, I'd have a big scar up my knee. Now I'd have 3 holes, right? Same thing. They repaired the thing, but they do it now with less damage. And I think if we take that notion of how do we respond to crime in a manner that's less damage, it would look like less people coming through our front door.
So how would that work at the front end?
So you insert risk assessment early on in the system. And I always get a little nervous when I hear, we should be treating this or that in prison. We should, if that's the option. If we take the notion of saying, by the time someone comes to a state prison in Pennsylvania, they've been arrested 8 times, all right, 8 times. So you would say, that some would say, then they've earned their way to state prison. I would say, what the heck were we doing the previous 7 arrests? And what could we have inserted at that point at the first arrest before they escalate?
What does happen in the previous 7 arrests?
Cycle. And it could be, we're not identifying the root cause of the crime from the beginning. So if you think of, if I have a symptom, if I have a headache, and I go to the doctor and they give me Tylenol, or in our case, we'd probably do brain surgery and corrections. But if they give me Tylenol and never identify why I keep having headaches, I'm gonna have headaches forever. So if we don't identify the root cause at the beginning, it's just gonna continue itself. And we can do smokes and mirrors, we can do fancy things, and we can let more people at the back end. But if we don't fundamentally make the choice to insert science in our system, to use the tools that are available, to use academia, to use the body of research, to guide our systems. And the fact that we're up here advocating to use research to guide decisions tells us how screwed up we've put, our correction system has become. We wouldn't be having this discussion if we were all doctors, right? I mean, if you had a doctor who said, I'm just going to use common sense, you'd find a new damn doctor, and you should.
How does science influence your decisions, Judge?
Almost, unfortunately, not at all. I mean, I don't know a program that I. What do I tell somebody who's shot somebody in the face? What kind of program do they get? Do they go to corrections and unlearn that? They come to me with a set of problems that are perhaps uncurable, whether it be a lifetime of substance abuse, mental illness, and a culture of violence in a gang that I can't help them unlearn. And so sometimes I want to, but really, what do I tell them?
And
don't do it again? And
what made you, what was the turning point as a prosecutor where you said, death penalty does in some circumstances make sense.
Well, that's a whole can of worms I'll probably get beat up on. But
That's what we're here for.
I just don't want to, when you sit with someone who's lost a loved one and you try to help them, and it's probably not that dissimilar to sitting across the table from somebody whose loved one is incarcerated, except one of them might be coming home, the other isn't. And it's so moving on a personal level that you just want to help them. And then you see what many of these perpetrators do when they get into the system, whether it be on prison guards, on nurses, on fellow inmates. I had a guy awaiting trial back in the old days for capital crime of raping and murdering, suffocating a 16-year-old girl. And while he was awaiting that, again, I don't want to get to the parade of horribles, but he raped his cellmate. And what am I going to tell the guard in John's system when he gets stabbed? So that was something back then that drove me. Now it's a much more sophisticated debate than just those ideas.
So with all due respect to the judge, this is how we got here.
Overruled.
Nice touch. That's nice touch.
Essentially, I think the media has played a role, right? If it bleeds, it leads. And the American public has seen the worst of the worst. What they see is the people who come back out, do it again. I worked at a reentry organization for 6.5 years where we saw 4,000 people per year, the majority of them trying to turn their lives around. I remember people who were working hard to get jobs, to get housing and so on, that would walk down the block into the train station, swipe their Metro card, drop it, and the police officer would grab them and lock them up. So you got to ask yourself, and these police officers knew we existed. They knew the organization was down the block. So why would you derail a person trying to turn their lives around?
So pick up on what John was saying then. If you go to the very front of the system, there was one thing you could do. If you could wave the magic wand today, what's supposed to happen that second arrest that is not happening now?
So I think that we have to, again, shrink the size of the system so we can pay more attention to a person when they come in with that first arrest. I didn't do 6 years on my first arrest, right? I went in and out of the system with a bunch of petty crimes where no one paid attention. And it wasn't until I kept going back to the street, figuring no one cared, that I ended up graduating to more and more serious things. So I think, again, if we go from 2.3 million to a system that looks more like where we were in 1980, 500,000, then hopefully the existing resources in the system would capture young folks when they come in, and there's actually a better opportunity to help them turn their lives around.
Go ahead.
But we have to do more even before the first arrest. The major difference between our country and other countries in the world is easy access to illegal guns.
And racism.
And that's a huge problem. And racism. Yeah, racism. Although racism exists in other countries, but it is a huge problem that we arm what would be otherwise petty violence. But we also should be doing these risk assessments in schools. My sister's murderer was a high school student, and I had people tell me afterwards, oh, well, I knew he was going to do that. Well, then why didn't you say something? Why wasn't the threats that he made, why weren't they taken seriously? Why wasn't he identified as the psychopath that he was and then treated prior to that? Right now we have a major structural problem. We aren't allowed to really treat and interdict with psychopaths until they do something. And we need to do better in the prevention end.
John, what about alternative models like drug courts, addiction programs?
Again, I think if you just take this notion of have the response to crime equal to the crime itself and get to the root cause, all that stuff comes in play. But I'll tell you, we're doing a disservice if we're talking about corrections reform and we ignore the notion of community reform. Listen, it's not corrections that's locking people up. Let's talk realities, and let's look at how someone ends up incarcerated. And let's look at our poorest and most disadvantaged communities, and let's look at the education system in those communities countrywide. And then, you hear things like, if a young black man drops out of school, 7 out of 10 times he's going to be locked up. Well, let's keep him in school, right? So let's focus this narrative not just on the really tight parameters of corrections and what happens in the wall. Well, that's important, and what happens when they get involved with law enforcement. The discussion around school discipline and looking at the disproportionate Council of State Governments did the consensus report on school discipline, and you see the same disproportionate sanctions, and then that correlates to people who are thrown out of school, and then that correlates to people who are locked up. So let's look broadly at this, and let's get to that root cause. I mean, if you call a cop to a school, he's going to arrest someone. That's what cops do. So don't get mad at the cop for arresting somebody. If you call him, call caseworker.
Glenn, you were raising your hand.
I was going to say, so especially in this forum, we should be reminded that language is extremely important. Not just the language we use to refer to people who are in our criminal justice system, because that language itself is pretty loaded. But even alternatives to incarceration, the assumption there is that incarceration is the answer, and perhaps we can find some sort of alternative. And if we're really looking at paradigm shift, I think prison just needs to be the last option when we're not finding anything else. That's where we should start. And the United States has had the longest running, most successful diversion program of anywhere in the world. It's called White Skin. We've been doing it for a really long time. And so the truth is there are many people who end up in the criminal justice system with crimes, similarly situated, different color skin, different class, that end up with totally different outcomes.
There does seem to be a lot of ferment in our political system right now, and we only have a couple minutes left, so I just want to go down the row and assume you're sitting in front of the President, the new leader of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House. What's the one thing you would want them to know and you'd want them to do?
Well, it's not just one thing, but they do need to support victims of violence and make sure that they are protected, because that does contribute to the cycle of violence. And we spend so much time and resources helping those that are troubled. We need to help those who've been hurt as well. And we need to prevent the flow of illegal guns into our communities. And we need to address the mental health. We need to identify those problems early and solve them.
It's simple. First of all, leave your R or your D or your I at the door. Focus on the outcomes that the citizens need. And understand that in this moment in time, we have a brief opportunity to really change, fundamentally change how we deliver criminal justice policy in America. And parlay off this moment in time and go big or go home.
It's money. We need more money for courts. We need to have a public defender system, court-appointed system where we have the best. We have great ones now. We need more of them. We have great DAs now. We just need more of them, ethical and hardworking. And then a forum so that I don't have 50 cases on my calendar every day and I got to make decisions like that. Recruiting judges from different communities so that the community has faith in the system, because the bench reflects where they came from. But sadly, I think it comes down to more judges that can give more thought to these issues.
I'd say values, that the criminal justice system that we've ended up with doesn't match the values that we have as Americans, and we can do a whole lot better as a country.
That was a really stimulating discussion. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am thrilled to be here, and as you know, all eyes this week are on Ferguson, as a grand jury there decides whether or not to indict Officer Darren Wilson for the fatal shooting of Michael Brown. It sparked those dramatic protests that we all saw, and it really is a touchstone for so many of the people and the issues that we are addressing here today. Joining us now on the phone from Ferguson is veteran civil rights champion Harry Belafonte, who was planning, you can applaud if you'd like, who was planning to join us today, but he felt compelled to be in Ferguson. Harry, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear, Harry. Your voice is very strong, as always. I wanted to first get your impression of things on the ground there in Ferguson.
My impression here on the ground in Ferguson is that there's a great deal of tension in the air. There's a great deal of expectation. Young leaders with whom I'm meeting with as we speak, I have to step out of the room, take this call. I'm busy trying to take a look at the short-term objectives as well as the long-term plan. They're waiting for the verdict to be officially handed down. As the rest of the country is experiencing, nobody quite knows precisely what will be said. There is the expectation that the grand jury is going to return in one indicting verdict. And if that happens, it is an opportunity for the young people to be able to speak to what they specifically intend to do if the verdict comes back and there is no indictment. There has been rumors of violence, and to a great degree, in the presence of myself and Danny Glover and Cortland Cox and some of the people who are part of the civil rights movement, who have been activists from SNCC and other organizations, are here having a meeting to be able to ascertain what contributions we can make towards helping the young people mold their agenda, or how to deal with this crisis.
Harry, what kind of guidance are you giving this generation of protesters, if you will? I know that the peaceful demonstrations are what you're organizing, what you're guiding towards. What kind of advice are you giving the folks there on the ground?
Well, I do not know that I have wisdom to offer. The specifics of the advice will be determined when we have our meeting today, and I hear specifically from the young people what each and every one of them want to do. I'm meeting at different pockets of expression. There are those who represent a group that's quite angry, who are not prepared to negotiate and don't want to hear, quote unquote, from the elders, and those who have no voice in our contemporary reality. And there are others who say we cannot move without hearing from those who are the interpreters of our history as to what we can specifically be doing. So there's a big part of the group that wants to hear where they can go and what they should be doing, how they should deal with the national frame, how they should deal with national organizations that want to step in and become part of their demonstration, and of course, talking with the others who have very little patience for that kind of process. But we're all in the space where we are willing to listen and hear what has to be said and done. The specifics of the tactics have not yet been determined, but there are a lot of plans on the floor.
And Harry, you bring your experience as a civil rights leader to the folks there, and yet what impact do you think the ruling might have on the issues that we're discussing here today, on the cycle of incarceration, on reentry, and all of those criminal justice issues?
I'm not too sure that what will happen from the verdict that will be handed down today affects just Ferguson. I think the United States of America is in a great crisis with its dealing with the issues of justice. In particular, the way in which the justice system impacts upon young people who are disenfranchised, who are dropouts, who have no chance at work, that they have no chance to be occupied, to be occupied, to be employed is what I meant. Without certain goals set. Now, one of the things that I have to talk about is what were the instruments that were available to us back in the days of the civil rights movement. And there were drastic differences. First of all, the issues were more clearly defined because many of the issues we fought in the days of the civil rights movement were based upon laws that had been instituted and were being applied from the individual states, or the segregationist laws, or the discriminatory laws, or the racial laws. That was very clear. We had a government that was friendly and in great part to many of the things that we said. The Kennedy brothers, President Kennedy, as well as Bobby Kennedy. We had a labor movement in this country that was very actively engaged in the issues that were affecting the people of the 1960s period.
Harry,
none of those supposed to be today. Hello?
Harry, thank you so much for your insights from Ferguson. There's a young man I wish you could meet here that the audience is about to meet, and we're going to move on with the program. But thank you so much for joining us with your your thoughts, and good luck in Ferguson.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You saw the video. It's in many ways self-explanatory. You know, it doesn't take much expertise in the criminal justice system to know that our system is inherently stacked against the poor who lack the resources to navigate the courts or to fight unreasonable charges or harsh sentences. Tens of thousands of men are trapped in a cycle of imprisonment and reincarceration through repeat offenses and parole violations and little technicalities like unpaid fines. It's easy to blame the individuals who've been caught, but it's much harder to examine the ways in which it's difficult to overcome the circumstances of poverty, of violence, and a lack of economic opportunity that have been put in front of them. We're joined today by this remarkable young man who was trapped in that vicious incarceration cycle. His name is Johnny Perez, and he's now a re-entry advocate for the Urban Justice Center, as you saw in that video. He spent nearly 2 decades behind bars and was released from the Bear Hill Correctional Institute just 14 months ago. Thanks so much, Johnny, for being here.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
First of all, it's been more than a year. How are you doing? How is this time different than previous times?
I'm doing very well. What's different this time is that I feel more prepared. I actually took the time, to equip myself with the skills and the education in order to raise the likelihood that I will succeed out here. I actually had a plan this time.
What was the plan?
My plan was to continue pursuing my education, to be a father, and to never forget all the things that I went through in order to kind of continue going and doing the right thing.
Let's dive into some of that. You grew up in the South Bronx in the 90s. Tell us a little bit about being swept up into the life on the streets. What was your first arrest, for example?
So my first arrest was for stealing cars when I was real young. I was like 13, 14 years old. Stole some cars, and then those crimes escalated to eventually I was arrested for gun possession at 16. And it was just something that, we kind of just did. It didn't really feel like, okay, I'm actually breaking the law, I'm going to steal a car, so on and so forth.
And you were saying that you're sort of seduced by the dark side, that there's a status that goes along with being criminal.
Well, it's real difficult to kind of combat the criminal lifestyle when, you're put in a situation where you're making $500-600 a day. And people, there's the positive reinforcement is to continue committing crime. The women love you, the guys respect you, so on and so forth. It's real easy to kind of get swept up into that, especially when the alternative is, school. Like to me, school was just somewhere where, like people went to become doctors and lawyers and things like that.
Tell us a little bit about the police presence in the South Bronx. We were talking about Ferguson. Some people describe it as like a neighborhood under siege.
So one of the difficult things about growing up is that, with such, so many cops and all that, is that you're actually victimized by them so many times. It was times when they pulled me over and just took the money I had in my pocket because I didn't have a pay stub. They would put me in the backseat of the car, drive me around, parade me around different neighborhoods, and then drop me off right in front of everybody as if nothing happened. And, you know, and for my neighborhood, that's kind of frowned upon. It's looked like as if you're cooperating with the officers, but the reality
Makes you look
is...
like a snitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reality is that you're actually refusing to cooperate with them. If you don't, then they fix you.
Right. And during those years, there was one stretch where you were arrested basically once a month for a year.
Yeah, and a lot of those arrests were like for small, like, you know, possession of marijuana, trespassing in my own building where I lived at, by the way. You know, and just being at the wrong place at the wrong time, doing whatever. And
yet you described a time in which you spent cumulatively 3 years in solitary confinement.
Yeah.
How do you survive the box?
I was telling you backstage.
And I find it intriguing.
a lot of push-ups, you know, a lot of reading, you know, when available, you know, and just having that will of, you know, and sometimes people believe in you more than you believe in yourself. And my mother, she's been a real instrumental part in my process. And knowing that she didn't bring me into this country to be, you know, spend my years inside of a cage, gave me the will to continue on, you know?
I know your mother is here in the audience somewhere, but you described very poignantly what it was like when she would occasionally come visit you and you would be in the box.
Yeah, it'd be difficult. Sometimes I'd be still handcuffed at the waist and, you know, not being able to hug her. We would have to rub our faces together or she would kiss me. And the message that I received from that was that you are not worth of a hug, you know? Right. Even when it comes from your own family members, you know, real dehumanizing.
You described crying yourself to sleep, vowing never to go back, and yet you went back. Your crimes escalated. How does that happen?
A lack of pure ignorance, a lack of opportunities, a lack of being able to recognize what your opportunities were. I mean, look, when I was 16 years old, I was not trying to decide whether I should go to band camp or karate school. I was trying to decide, you know, how I'm going to duck the police tomorrow. You know, those were the decisions that, in my mind, that I was faced with, and the decisions that I felt I had to make at that age and at that time.
And yet, like a lot of our kids, you're trying to figure out, how am I going to get ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Like any kid out there. Your last arrest came November 28th, 2000, just 2 days after your daughter was born. You were convicted at that point of armed robbery, sentenced to 15 years. Yeah. What was your reaction?
I cried a lot. My first offer was 25 years, and the attorney said, well, are we going to take it or not? And I'm like, are you serious? You know, it was a real dark time in my life, real dark time. And I couldn't understand how, you know, I never, you know, physically hurt anyone. No one lost their life. And there were people being convicted of murder who only got 8 years. And how did I get 15? Real confusing time. I didn't know anything about the law, you know, and, you know, real confused at the time. We
talked about backstage the neighborhood, you know, where there's liquor stores and pawn shops. What's that milieu, and what impact does that have on you?
Well, strong. I mean, you know, the pawn shops say we buy gold, as if people from low-income neighborhoods have gold laying around the pawn, you know? So, you know, it's like this is, and the message that is sending is that, you know, I think a friend of mine, Glenn, he says poverty pimping, and I agree with that, you know.
Poverty pimping?
Yes, you know, taking advantage of people because of where they're at in life, and not because, you know, trying to, you just generating a situation where you're taking advantage of people's situation instead of creating avenues for people to better and empower themselves.
We talk about this avenue of poverty and racism. What impact has racism had on your incarceration and that cycle?
Huge. And I mean, I've been called a nigga to my face, and I don't usually use the N-word, but, you know, and that's difficult when the person...
By guards?
Yes, by guards, yes, absolutely. You know, and you know, that's real difficult to deal with when you're in a completely powerless situation, and you know that the person you're talking to, who has complete power over you, you know, doesn't like you, not because of what you did, but because of, quote-unquote, who you are, and that's a different kind of animal there.
Give us a glimpse inside the legal system. What kind of representation did you get?
Zero. If I would been probably, you know, if I was more fluent, I'd probably been able to, you know, probably even beat my case, you know. It's real hard fighting a case from inside of prison, you know. You don't have, you know, equal access to the courts, equal access to the law, you know, that can't even hire a private investigator is real difficult. fighting a case from behind bars.
And now that you are an advocate and you work in helping people with reentry, I mean, the panel just before us is what's the purpose of jail? Is it rehab? Is it punishment? And how do you soften that blow coming back out?
Right now, it's punishment, and then there's a whole, there's an economic, factor there with people making money, especially when you talk about the privatization of prison, where there's that self-interest, that conflict of interest there.
Some people call it the prison industrial complex.
Yes, absolutely. It's in the warden's best interest to keep a person in versus, going out. But it should be rehabilitative. Let's talk about the issues. Let's give people the opportunity to educate them. Let's give them drug treatment if they need it, not just lock you away in a cell and give you a year in a box for smoking a joint.
Clearly, we could talk for endless amounts of time. So what are your hopes and dreams? What's the future for you?
So, I hope to. One of the things that I feel strongly about, and again to kind of echo, I guess Just Leadership's main mission is talking about as far as having people who are directly affected, by different social injustices involved in the different conversations that are going on. There's somebody in Washington right now creating laws for people that are affecting me, and there's that disconnect. And I know that there's that disconnect because I actually live there. I've lived through that. I've seen the policies up close, and I know that the way that they look on paper does not work in real life. So that gives me a unique perspective and puts me in a unique position to add to those conversations.
Well, Mr. Johnny Perez, thank you so much.
I appreciate
That's his
it.
Twitter handle, by the way.
Yeah, Mr.
Thank
you.
Mr. Johnny Perez.
Yeah,
thank you so much for sharing.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Keller. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Marshall Project. Thank you. Let me introduce Norman Seabrook. Norman grew up in the South Bronx, became a corrections officer in 1985, and has been president of the New York City Corrections Officers Benevolent Association for almost 20 years. He gets reelected over and over again because he's credited with helping improve the compensation, raise the prestige, and increase the political clout of COBA's nearly, 10,000 members, right? And it's hard to imagine anything is going to change in this city's jails without Norman Seabrook playing a major role. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Norman, I'll tell you up front that you couldn't pay me enough to be a CO on Rikers. Your members work obscenely long hours under horrible conditions. They face real danger almost every day. On the other hand, nobody forces them to take those jobs. The pay and the pensions, thanks in large part to you, are pretty good. Your members are figures of authority who want and expect to be trusted and respected on a par with police and firefighters. So when a few COs go off and beat the crap out of a prisoner or let a mentally ill patient die in his cell, both instances we've read about this year, are we wrong to feel betrayed? Isn't that a genuine scandal?
Listen, thank you for having me. And I don't think that correction officers get paid enough money anyway, but that's what I'm here for. As far as correction officers doing things that they shouldn't be doing, I have a fiduciary responsibility under the law to represent them, but I certainly don't feel that what they did is right. I think it's wrong. I think that abusing anyone is wrong. I think that the way that the system is designed to fail. And until we recognize that and do something about it, it's going to continue to happen. We're understaffed. In the last 20 years, we must have had 11, maybe I'd say 9 different correction commissioners, maybe 8 different chiefs of department,
maybe 20 different assistant chiefs, deputy chiefs. So when there's no consistency in doing things the way that they're supposed to be done, things are going to happen. We always have the headline of a correction officer doing something that he or she shouldn't have done. Unfortunately, that's the case in any organization that you have. But 99% of correction officers do what they're supposed to do every day. We live in the 5 boroughs of the city of New York. I still live in the Bronx. A lot of us are, and our children are victims of the same brutality that you've been talking about here today. A lot of our members are victims of the same crimes that are happening on the streets of New York City. I had a correction officer watching a basketball game with her son. She was shot, just sitting there watching a game with her son. So violence continues to be a serious problem in the city of New York and in the jail system, but something has to be done about it.
But I watched your YouTube response to some recent reporting by my former employer, the New York Times, and read some of your reactions, including an op-ed that you wrote. And forgive me for saying so, but it sounded a little as if you were making excuses for some egregiously bad behavior that damages your people.
I don't make excuses for someone's actions as an adult in things that they do. And part of the problem is that the New York Times and others don't get it right. They get what sells papers. They don't really want to talk about the real issues. The real issues are Rikers Island is the new dumping ground for the city of New York. We have the mentally ill, we have the homeless, we have the innocent, we have the guilty, and people just seem to say, let's get them out of my community. Then you have the city council that sits there and say, well, take the kids off of Rikers Island. Well, I don't see too many people raising their hands saying, let's build a jail in my community. So, it's almost like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I'm going to always support and defend my members when they're right. The ones that are wrong, they have the lawyers and they'll take care of it because everybody's entitled to due process and everybody's entitled to their innocence. There's some disturbing things that happened over the years in the Department of Correction. Some disturbing things that have happened in the police department, in the fire department, in the teachers. It's just life, and those things are going to continue to happen. But I think that what's more important here is that when you have a 16-year-old sitting in a cell, and they're in the day room, and there's about 8 of them in there, and I go in there and I talk to these kids, and I ask them, what are you doing? And they say, well, Norman, and I tell them to call me Norman. I have no problems with that. And I say, well, what do you do all day long? And they say, we don't do nothing all day long. When we finish with school, we come back here, we sit here, and we watch reruns of different movies that are on television. So I asked the warden to come up one day, and I said, you got to give these kids something to do. And, they look at me like I got 6 heads. I said, I don't care if you give them a paintbrush and let them paint their cells, or take them out and take them into the cafeteria and teach them how to be short order cooks. Give them something to do. Because if they have something to do, that means that they're not in the correction officer's ear nagging them all day long, asking them for things that they can't get. But no one wants to do that. No one wants to take the time to say, let me help this kid. Let's just build a system so that the kid leaves here and comes back next week.
I want to get to some of those specific points, but I just to stick with this for one more round of questions, I guess. In August, the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan released a report, I'm sure you're familiar with it, saying that the Department of Correction had systematically violated the civil rights of male teenagers held at Rikers by failing to protect them from the rampant use of unnecessary and excessive force by corrections officers. The report cited a deep-seated culture of violence and a powerful code of silence among Rikers staff, along with a virtually useless system for investigating attacks by guards. So is there a kind of blue wall, a code of silence, and isn't it in the interest of COBA to help weed out the misfits?
Well, let me say that I don't think that there is a code of silence. And let me preface that by saying this. Even when I go to the Correction Academy to speak to correction officers when they first become correction officers, I tell them, do not use unnecessary force. Use whatever force is necessary to terminate the threat against you and or an inmate and or someone else, a civilian. And I stick to that because I also go by and tell them, look, if you see a correction officer doing something that he or she should not be doing, you need to stop them. Because what's going to happen is you're going to end up being indicted by the Bronx grand jury. You, that had nothing to do with it, is going to end up being indicted for falsifying documents and not submitting a report. And everyone else is going to lose, your family is going to lose their livelihood because you're going to get sent off to prison. Now, as the president of the Correction Officers Union, you've seen my YouTube videos. You've seen me tell them that they have to be searched. You've seen me telling them that they have to do what they have to do. You've seen me telling them that they have to respect inmates, non-uniform members, anybody that comes into the department. You've seen me do this. So at the end of the day, all I can do is tell a person, look, this is what your responsibilities are. If you choose not to listen to what I'm telling you, then that's on you. You're a grown man or a grown woman. My mom often told me, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So I'm going to tell people what they're supposed to do. And I'm going to stand there and I'm going to defend the rights of correction officers, inmates, non-uniform members. It doesn't matter to me because they're human beings. But I'm certainly not going to advocate for anyone to beat inmates, beat adult inmates, put them in a cell, don't give them the help that they need. And if you want to really talk about it, let's talk about the fact that the mental health in the Department of Correction is responsible to give inmates their medication. It's time for that doctor to get up off of their derriere and go do their job as well. But nothing happens to those people. It's always New York City correction officers, New York City correction officers. At the end of the day, we're not responsible for administering medication. The doctor is. So the individual, and may his soul rest in peace, that died because he didn't get his medication in a timely fashion, they didn't write, the doctor did it. They wrote the correction officer didn't do what they were supposed to do. Our job is to pick up the phone, notify the supervisor, notify the proper physicians that there is an inmate that needs help. If they don't come and you completely put it in the logbook, do it again, somebody has to be accountable. I'm all for accountability. But it's never the supervisor. It's never the commissioner. It's never any of those other people. It's always the correction officer. And we have to get past that.
Back in April, when Joe Pont was appointed the New York City Correction Commissioner after a career as a reformer in Maine's prison system, you had some unkind things to say about him, including, we don't need a reformer, we need law and order. Lately, you've been more conciliatory. I've seen you quoted as saying, I've learned to respect the man, and he's a CO at heart. So what changed? Did he convince you that the system does need reform, or did he back away?
No, he didn't convince me that the system needs reform. What he convinced me of is that he is receptive to ideas and suggestions that is going to make the agency that much better. I think that
like what?
Like what? For example, like getting rid of some of the top managers in the Department of Correction that don't do what they're supposed to do. There needs to be accountability. And I say that over and over again. If the commissioner of the Department of Correction tells the chief or the assistant chief or deputy chief what has to happen, then it's incumbent upon that person as a supervisor to ensure that it's happening. But if they're not ensuring that it's happening and it finally trickles down to the correction officer, you're going to have some officers that say, I'm not doing anything. Nobody else is doing anything about it. And that's not the attitude that I want them to have. So what Joe did was Joe said, look, Norman, I'm willing to listen to what you have to say. I'm not management. I'm a union leader, and I fight for the rights of everybody. It doesn't matter who they are. And I fight for the rights of that inmate that wants something to eat or wants a blanket or wants to go to medication. But it's the system that is designed for these young men and young women to continue to come back to jail over and over and over again. They want to spend $400,000 to do a study to tell me or tell the city of New York why people commit suicide. Well, why don't you take the $400,000, give some of these kids a job, and you don't have to worry about whether or not they committed suicide or not. They'd have some employment. They'd have some dignity about themselves. But we won't do that because prison systems, jail systems is big money to a lot of people.
Wait, you think inmates commit suicide because they're bored?
A lot of them do, yeah. A lot of them do. They have psychological problems. They're not getting the help and medication that they need. They're in a cell. They're by themselves and nobody's communicating with them. Their family's not coming to visit them. That could be very depressing. It's almost like you being at home in a very snowy winter day, and all week long it snowed. All week long you can't get out your house. You're going to get cabin fever. So can you imagine what a 17-year-old is going through that's incarcerated for a crime he didn't commit or for 2 nickel bags in his pocket, that's sitting there being intimidated by gang members and all of these other individuals that want them to join this gang or that gang? So at the end of the day, yeah, I think some of them do commit suicide because they're bored.
You bring up an interesting point, because one of Joe Pont's big issues in Maine, in Maine's prison system, was punitive segregation, or what the civilians know as solitary confinement. And you have said, quote, punitive segregation is an effective tool that works. Works for whom?
It works for the inmates, it works for the staff, it works for the inmate, him or herself. What do I mean by that? If an inmate takes a homemade shiv that you would take a piece of metal, sharpen it down, and stabs another inmate 52 times, what do you do with this person? You put him back in general population so he can stab again? No, you can't do that. What does this inmate do that breaks the jaw of a correction officer in 3 places? Put him back in the housing area so he can assault another officer? So punitive segregation in some cases is necessary. Do I think that a 16 or a 17-year-old that gets caught smoking a cigarette should be put in punitive segregation? Absolutely not. Do I think that a 16 or 17-year-old that tries to murder another inmate be put in punitive segregation? Absolutely, because this inmate is a danger not only to himself, not only to the staff, but to other inmates. Out of all the inmates that come to jail, it's only, maybe 1,000 of them out of 12,000 and change that are just completely out of control. And they're out of control because there is no law and order. There is no get rearrested if you commit a crime against another inmate. The system is failing the people involved in the system. You can't take an inmate. You could go up to the Bronx District Attorney's office and say, this inmate just stabbed another inmate. Well, the caseload. You heard the judge earlier. He's got 50 cases on his desk. He really doesn't want to hear about a gang assault that took place in the jail. Why don't they raise the level of gang assaults to be conspiracy and let the feds take it over, as opposed to always saying, well, we got to do something else. What else is there to do? So, I know you're asking me the questions, and I appreciate that, but what do you do with the kid that slashes another inmate, somebody's child, and give them 100 stitches across their face? Where do you put this person? What do you say? Okay, so you move from this housing area to that housing area? Not all inmates are bad. Bill, I must tell you, we don't have problems with a lot of inmates in jail, but there are a core group of inmates that are involved in gang activity that will continue to try to beat the system, continue to assault other inmates, continue to rape other inmates, continue to assault correction officers, and something must be done. Now, if you're willing to recharge them, give them a new charge, and have it run up front as far as their sentence is concerned, that makes sense, because then there's a deterrent. But there are no deterrents in the city's jail system. It's a dumping ground.
Pont's argument about solitary, though, was that he made it in Maine, and he's made it since he came down here, is that it can actually make the situation worse. That solitary can produce everything from depression to psychosis. It literally makes you crazy. Prisoners in solitary are 5 times as likely to kill themselves, to get back to the issue of suicide again.
Well, I'm not a doctor, so I can't speak to that medical language, but what I can say to you is that an inmate in solitary confinement that has, or punitive segregation, that has committed a violent act against another inmate, my question becomes again, so what do I do with this person? Do I allow them to continue to roam the corridors like Hannibal Lecter and just decide to destroy people's lives? There's somebody watching this right now that has a child in jail, okay, that has been assaulted by another inmate in jail. And what do I say to that parent? What do I say to that correction officer? I have a brother doing 25 years to life in prison. At the end of the day, he's in there because he did something he wasn't supposed to do. He got caught up in the 3 strikes, you're out. I love my brother, but at the end of the day, he committed a crime. He's got to do the time. At the end of the day, when you look at the bigger picture, we have to give these young people something to do other than incarceration. We have to give these young people education. What happened to the PAL? What happened to the Boys Club? What happened to the after-school programs? We took all of that out. We've dumped it into every other area you want to dump the money into, and then we want to blame the Department of Correction for the problems that occur. We've had 9 commissioners, dozens and dozens of chiefs, dozens and dozens of wardens. At the end of the day, there's no consistency. So let's say it's the correction officer's fault. No, it's not the correction officer's fault. It's the leader of that top right there, of the commissioner, chief of department. Those are the leaders. You don't have those problems when you talk about the fire, the police, the sanitation, the teachers. You don't have those problems. But you have those problems when you talk about correction because it's sexy to talk about that. Because you want to talk about the young Black and Latino kids that are incarcerated in the city's jail system, and you want to put individuals on a pedestal and say, look what's happening to the brown and Black community. But at the end of the day, you got to do something more than just keep saying, look what's happening to them. Give them a job.
Last week we read about an investigator. We read about an investigator who dressed up as a corrections officer and made his way into one of Rikers jails, loaded with heroin, pot, alcohol, razor blades, presumably not to be used as shaving implements. And he was dressed as a corrections officer and made his way through. How seriously should we take the problem of corruption and contraband and the role of COs in that? And what do you do about it?
I think that you take it very seriously, and I take it very seriously. When Joe Pont first decided that he wanted to implement a new search procedure on the front gate to try to eliminate prison contraband, and you looked at my YouTubes, you saw me put out a YouTube saying to the officers, I expect you to go through the procedure, I expect you to be searched, I'm searched, I expect everybody to do what they're supposed to do. I had 2 of my members, one called me a house nigger, the other one called me an Uncle Tom, that I would allow the department to do that. Well, at the end of the day, my answer to them is, I want you to be safe. I want the inmates to be safe. I want you to go home the same way you came to work, because I know through my experience that there are individuals that do not abide by the law because they're intimidated by the communities in which they live. And I tell my officers, and you can read it anywhere on my website, that I've told them, I don't want you to take on the identity of those you are paid to supervise. So when he put those procedures in place, I think that they're a good thing. I think that it helps. And also, just going one step further, I think that the DOI investigated that allegedly, because I don't know this to be true, allegedly smuggled or got contraband into the system. I don't know whether or not this was something that was real or something that's not. So until I see all the facts, it's not real to me. Show it to me. If you got video cameras up on the front, show me that you were able to take 2,200 bags of heroin into a jail. 2,200 bags. That's a lot of heroin to take into a jail, okay? That's number one. Number two, which I think is more important than anything else, what do we do to protect the rights of correction officers so that we're not targeted with the fact that we're doing something wrong? I had a conversation with the commissioner on the way here. I said, you need to go a little bit further. Going forward, why not take the security dep that's supposed to be in charge of the facility, put him on the front gate or her, and make sure you check off everybody that's supposed to be here today. Because if people could just roam in and out of a jail any way that they want to, then there's something wrong with the security system of the jail. So we have to correct that. But in order to do those things, people have got to stop playing dominoes and moving commissioners all over the place. The mayor of the city of New York needs to pay just as much attention to the correction department as he pays to the police department and the fire department, because those kids are our future. And every time you turn around, every single time you turn around, you pick up the paper today, you pick it up tomorrow, it doesn't matter when you pick it up. Somebody on page 3, 4, or 5 killed someone, who shot someone, who ran over someone, is going to Rikers Island. And when he gets to Rikers Island, He's either going to graduate by cutting another inmate to join a specific gang, or he's going to become a victim because there's not enough officers to protect them all. There's not enough officers to make sure. And the officers that should be doing what they're supposed to be doing, they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And the ones that are not, I have no use for them in my union, and the membership has no use for them either.
All right. Our little red clock has ticked down to 0.
We 0 already?
Yeah, we're 0 already. Anyway,
Yeah.
thanks so much for coming today.
No,
I
thank
think
you so
people
much,
needed to
Bill.
hear this.
Thank you.
This is the video of the final moments in the life of Charles Jason Toll. It documents a cell extraction, a controversial procedure routinely used in prisons and jails.
Kind of hard to watch. Welcome, everybody. I'm Deborah Roberts, and if you were appalled by that video, then consider this. That's only a small part of the actual event that took place, and just gives you a little bit of an example of how the mentally ill fares sometimes behind bars. Incarceration, as you've learned today, can be very difficult, but for people who suffer from schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or drug addiction, it can be an absolute nightmare. Their disease can go untreated, and it often is misunderstood, and their behavior is construed as criminal when really it's just a symptom of what they're suffering from. There are well over 1 million people in prison in America with mental illness. 1 million suffering from mental illness, and more than half of that incarcerated population is drug addicted. It's a brutal consequence of our nation's failed mental health system and our long war on drugs. In fact, with few state hospitals left for patients to go, our nation's 3 biggest jails, LA County, Cook County in Chicago, and Rikers Island right here in New York, have now become the largest mental health facilities in the country. Well, to discuss this and to bring some personal perspective to what it is like to have mentally ill behind bars, I'd like you to meet my panel. To our left, Joanne Minnick, a mental health advocate who has become an advocate because she is the mother of Peter Minnick, who is 31 years old. He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and Peter was recently incarcerated at Bridgewater State Hospital in Massachusetts. She'll update us on his situation in a moment. To her left, Francis Greenberger, who's the founder and co-chief executive officer of Time Equities and founder of the Greenberger Center for Social and Criminal Justice. His son, Morgan, who's 21, struggles with mental illness and is currently incarcerated in New York. And to his left is Mitch Rosenthal, a pioneering psychiatrist who has worked in the field of addiction for over 40 years. He is the founder and executive director of the Phoenix House Foundation and has been a White House advisor on addiction. Welcome to all of you. I'd like to start off with you, Francis. Why don't I start with you, because you and I were just speaking in the green room about your son. He's so young. Tell me about him and his journey, because I know that there were times when you weren't even sure what you were hearing from him was actually the truth. How is it that you first came to realize that he was suffering from mental illness?
Well, Morgan's illness showed up very early in life, really, when he was in nursery school, and it was later aggravated by the death of his mother when he was 6 or 7 years old. He's had a variety of diagnoses. Early diagnosis was ODD, oppositional defiant disorder, PDD, pervasive development disorder. And around 15, someone decided that he was within the autistic spectrum and diagnosed him as autistic. borderline personality disorder. So the diagnoses cover a spectrum, which is not unusual. He committed 2 crimes, senseless, both of them. One of them, I mean, senseless in a normal sense of understanding his motivations. He and another person stole some money from a taxi. And when I said to him, well, Morgan, you were 5 minutes from the office. I always give you whatever you need. Why didn't you come here and get it? He said, well, I didn't have any money then. So as I processed it in my own mind, I realized that one of his greatest needs were for socialization. And the fact that he had met whoever this idiot was on the street, and sure he said, oh, let's go rob a taxi, so that's what they did. His second crime, he also took drugs on occasion, and he was in some drug-related paranoia, fit of paranoia, and thought a drug dealer was chasing him, went to his apartment, called the police. They came, they didn't know what to do with him, and left, and he continued to experience his fear, and he decided to start a small little fire on his stove, called the fire department, didn't leave the apartment. They came, put the fire out, and charged him with arson. He thought they were somehow, I guess, going to protect him from this drug dealer. So, you know, these are the impulsive actions of someone who suffers from whatever his particular brand of mental disorder is, and what I've had to deal with for a lifetime.
And unfortunately, he was introduced to Rikers, and so many of us, maybe through recent news reports, know of Rikers and some of the notorious brutal incidents involving the mentally ill. How did he fare there?
Well, Rikers was a tough go for him, as it is for almost anybody. And he was there almost for 2 years until his sentence was finally resolved.
2 years?
2 years. That's not that unusual. I understand in the Bronx there are some people who spend 3 to 5 years before their cases are resolved, sentences determined, and they're sent upstate. Anyway, I would listen to the story. You know, I would go visit him on a very regular basis, and he would tell me these stories about ambulances to nowhere, being beaten up by correction officers when there was no provocation, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, it seemed fantastic to me. I couldn't really, you know, frankly, I didn't know what to think of it, couldn't quite believe him. And then, of course, suddenly, in the last few months, pick up the New York Times, and there are the stories about the ambulances to nowhere, and the beatings, and all the things that he had been telling me about.
Joanne, some of these incidents sound pretty familiar to you, I'm sure.
Right.
Tell me about Peter and what led you to realize that he had problems and also was first introduced to
Right.
running
My
with the
story's a
law.
little bit different in the fact that Peter was never in trouble with the law. He had a really happy childhood, played sports, you know, was very artistic, and was originally diagnosed with ADD. And I often wonder if ADD is a precursor to schizophrenia, which is his actual diagnosis. He, you know, was in and out of hospitals after he graduated from high school. He managed to get a high school certificate. And, you know, he was fine. We were able to help him. You know, he could hold a part-time job. He was able to try to live on his own. And he also, you know, took the transportation to and from his clinic. And then his insurance ran out, and he was placed in the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts. And that is where he was criminalized and warehoused for non-volitional acts caused by his illness. And the same thing, impulsivity. You know, anybody with schizophrenia has a hard time with impulse control. And he was dumped at Bridgewater State Hospital. And what's frightening about Bridgewater is that it's a state hospital, but it calls itself a hospital, but it in actuality is a prison run by the Department of Corrections and prison guards, and it is not run by the Department of Mental Health, which is a real problem. And it's the only correctional facility in the country that sends mentally ill men. They are not convicted of crimes, but charged with crimes. And that's what's so wrong. You know, the system is broken. There's no facility in between Bridgewater State Hospital and the Department of Mental Health that could treat someone with a little bit more challenging of a case. And in Massachusetts, that's exactly what happened. They closed Taunton State Hospital, they closed Medfield State Hospital, and as a result, they had no choice but to dump these patients and warehouse them in prisons.
And so then they become sort of criminalized. Mitchell,
Criminalized, absolutely.
Let me ask you, because when you both talk about their behaviors and so much of it being a symptom of their illness, when people are, mentally ill people are actually incarcerated, it's sort of hard for them to follow the rules anyway, so they're probably more likely to serve more time, right?
It's absurd, Deborah, that we have seriously mentally ill people in jails and not in mental hospitals. It's just wrong. Besides, and you gotta go back and trace the history of this a bit. I mean, we started to deinstitutionalize, making the mental hospitals the culprit.
The bad guys.
In fact, while there were some abuses, by pulling totally out of that, we don't have anymore the armament to take care of seriously mentally ill people. So they end up in jail. And there's another factor here that's important. When I was studying psychiatry and seeing psychotic people, I could, with another psychiatrist, commit that person to long-term psychiatric care. Today, you cannot do that. Somebody has to be in danger of hurting themselves or in imminent danger of hurting somebody else in order to be committed, and usually that doesn't last for more than 72 hours. So we really need to revisit the laws of commitment, because if these young people could have been committed to psychiatric hospital, they never would have gotten to jail in the first place.
Well, Francis, you actually tried that approach with your son, right?
Well, yes.
To try to cut a deal with the DA.
I mean, what my experience was in talking with the DA, if you presented him with, his psychiatric profiles for stacked this high, and we said, look, this is a person who has a mental health issue, and wouldn't a placement in a mental health program be more appropriate? And the DA actually agreed, and he said, well, bring me a lockdown mental health facility and I'll seriously consider it. Well, I didn't know it at the time, but he was sending me on a fool's errand. I ran around and tried to find such a place. He recommended some place in Staten Island, which I found was in the Bronx. I got him admitted to the program. And then when I came and said, here it is, he said, oh, no, that's a drug program and it's not secure enough for me. And that conversation, although it was a negative experience, obviously, and in the end my son was sentenced to regular incarceration, has led me to be advocating and trying to create the program that is missing. I'm doing it within the spectrum of the criminal justice system, but frankly, it's needed before the criminal justice system as well. And what we want to do is create an innovative a lockdown mental health program, in our case, an alternative to incarceration, that has innovative programming and therapies associated with it. We have particular concepts that we have in mind, and really invent a better mental hospital. We're not calling it a mental hospital, it's not a mental hospital, but to some degree it is.
Deborah, if I can, Phoenix House has been working in prisons and as alternatives to incarceration for 48 years. In New York, in California, in Texas, in New England. The good news is we have the methodology to handle people who have co-occurring disorders, who are using drugs, who are mentally ill. The bad news is we don't have the framework of laws, as Francis is pointing out, which are going to underpin this and make it real so that people are not going on fool's errands. And the other thing we need, as our judge said earlier, is money, because we're not investing enough money in long-term treatment. which makes a tremendous difference. I mean, you know, the celebration is the Johnny Perez's, who we saw here earlier today. They're the exciting news. The exciting news is that people who go through programs like Phoenix House come out the other side, become leaders in this work, and become advocates and mentors of the people who are coming in the door. We have good solutions here.
But the key is convincing the public that this is worth investing in.
Well, it's a combination of the public
and the politicians.
And as Jeremy Travis stated earlier, the politicians. And that is one of the things that the Greenberger Center is attempting to do, is engage in, and we are in active discussion with the various political organizations or government organizations that control this. And it has been the case that for the last 50 or 60 years, it's been essentially against public policy to allow for these kinds of lockdown facilities. And as was alluded to, we went from 550,000 mental health beds in the United States in the 50s, when the population was half what it is today, to 40,000 today. And so pro rata, we need 1 million. We would need 1 million beds if we were going back to where we were in the 50s.
Right.
And coincidentally, there happened to be about 1 million mentally ill people in jail. So.
But what's really important is it's cheaper to house them in a jail than to provide them the services they need at a Department of Mental Health. And that's a big issue.
Although, yes, but if you really understood that the term that people spend in jail when they're mentally ill, as opposed to other situations and the rates of recidivism, et cetera,
they're going to spend more time.
What might be more money in a shorter period of time with a better result, I'm not even sure that the economics are quite as disbalanced as they might appear.
Well, I know that my son's bill from the Department of Mental Health for 1 year was $460,000. And we also had to contribute $21,000 for his care. What care did he get? He got no care there. That was the problem.
Well, let's talk about that, the care, and when they're incarcerated. And I know that your son obviously was not in an incarceration kind of situation, but Mitchell, what are the chances that these inmates are going to actually be treated for their illness when they are actually behind bars?
Well, there are states, not enough, there are states that are trying to bring good, enlightened services in and deliver services and deliver psychotropic medications as well in jail. So there are ways that you can work within a jail. We're working with 1,000 prisoners in the state of California as we're sitting here right now. But we've got to change the framework. Jail and prisons are not the place to be delivering the main services for either for addicts or for mentally ill people.
And when you mention addicts too, that is actually, there's another shocking statistic about that. Of the more than 2.3 million people in jails and prisons in this country, more than 65% meet the criteria for substance abuse addiction. So we're talking about a lot of addicts in prison as we go along. Let's talk about some of the nitty-gritty issues that they face, because solitary confinement, we hear a lot about that with prisoners in general. Both of you, your sons have dealt with solitary confinement. Your son for how many hours?
My son was confined for 6,300 hours locked in a cell with nothing to do all day long. There is a picture of him actually, and he also was in restraints for 800 hours.
And what impact does that have on him psychologically?
Who knows what damage it's done, but you know, he's very fearful now. Thank goodness he's not at Bridgewater anymore, and the reason he's not is because I had to file a lawsuit against the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Department of Correction, the superintendent at Bridgewater State Hospital, the Virginia for-profit company that has the contract to run the clinical staff, and it was for that reason that my son, thank goodness, is no longer at Bridgewater.
Did he get his, good for you,
yeah,
for working that case. How about his medication, any particular kind of therapy treatment when he was at Bridgewater?
No, it was lockup, basically lockup. No, there was no treatment as far as I can make out. Reading his records is appalling. You know, half the stuff that went on, I would never have known about if we hadn't actually asked for all his records. I mean, one time he was in restraints for 50 hours. That's 2 days. No,
continuously?
Calm as could be, with a sheet tied around his chest. What purpose did that serve? It served no purpose whatsoever.
Francis, your son too, solitary confinement,
Yes,
those kinds of things?
Certainly spent his share of time in the box. And I think that it is hard to judge what the long-term effect is, although we know what the studies show, what the research shows. It aggravates the condition of people, particularly with mental illness. And it's not an acceptable solution. And I'm not underestimating the difficulties that that this population represents. But we're doing as bad a job as we possibly could. And it's not the value that I grew up with as an American, not how we approach problems, and with the hopelessness, with the resources, and with innovation to find solutions, and locking them up in a 2x7 box or 3x7 box.
We've got to turn around this mindless cycle of locking up and locking up and locking up.
Which is basically
and you had a lot of very smart people up here today talking about things that can be done. There's not just one thing. There are a dozen or 24 different things that have to be done.
Do you think that we are any closer to getting a public will to make these kinds of changes? When you think about,
The only public will that's been driving this has been the bureaus of the budget of the different states.
Yeah.
They've been driving it because they want to bring down the enormous costs of incarceration. We haven't had enough enlightened policy, with an important exception. I mean, drug courts across America and district attorneys across America are looking very hard for alternatives to incarceration. And we have thousands and thousands of people in the country, in the cities, who are in other things than jail. So we have good models, but not enough, and I don't think we're turning the corner yet.
Well, but I think there is, I'm relatively new to this world, but I've had extensive conversations. I went on a listening tour, I talked to the high and mighty, I talked to inmates, I've been in programs with lifers at St. Quentin, I've been around. And, but there is a sense, I have a sense, of the world changing, of America realizing what's going on, and that this is not something that we can accept. And that, certainly we've all seen the commitment of the New York Times on a journalistic level to bringing out the story. And I just think as I go out, the winds of change are there, and I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that there will be new approaches and new solutions.
Well, putting a public face on this issue and the face of a parent on this issue is so important. Many of us have seen news reports recently of Amanda Bynes, the Hollywood actress who many have declared to be mentally ill, wandering around the city, and many people have been very critical of her parents. How can they let this happen? Give us an idea of what impact this has on a parent to have an adult child dealing with mental illness, and to some degree to have your hands tied and change its behavior.
It is so challenging. It's so challenging to try to fight the system and try to get the help that your child needs, and it's extremely difficult. Every single night you worry about, is he okay? Is he safe where he is? What's going to happen to him tomorrow? But, in my case, and I don't know if anybody knows much about what's happening in Massachusetts, but I would suggest that you look at the reports from Michael Resendez, who is a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist who has written a whole bunch of stories about what's going on at Bridgewater State Hospital. And as a result of that, we have a class action suit, and we are hoping to effect amazing changes. Again, it's budget driven, so we're hoping that something will happen, and that will be an ongoing, process until we finally get some resolution.
The federal laws right now, as you said, there is hope of making some changes. New federal legislation to reduce sentencing for nonviolent drug offenders. But in the meantime, we talk about the mentally ill being incarcerated, but having drug offenders being incarcerated too. I mean, that's another issue that we're going to have to come to grips with.
There is a national movement now not to incarcerate nonviolent drug abusers, and in every instance to try and get them into community-based treatment as opposed to jail. And there's a realization that that is very cost effective. For every dollar you spend that way, you save $7. It's and the criminal justice system knows this, but still we have cases like we're talking about here that just break your heart, that should not be in jail.
Well, there is a lot of work to be done, but thankfully for your sons, you're leading the charge, you've become advocates, you're changing the scope of the argument, and maybe with some time, this new alternative sentencing and this alternative facility that you were trying to work on, Francis, will have an impact. We thank you so much for all of your time here with us, Joanne Minnick, Francis Greenberger, and Mitch Rosenthal. I wish we had more time to discuss more solutions, but thank you so much for bringing this to the table.
Good afternoon. I'm John Avalon, editor-in-chief of the Daily Beast, and this is the only time that Grover Norquist will be to my left. I think, over the past 4 decades, there have been few more predictable applause lines in politics than getting tough on crime. And indeed, we have succeeded in pushing back crime over the past 4 decades as a society, but at a significant cost. Some 2.3 million Americans are in prison today, the highest incarceration rate in the world. But there's lately been a fascinating shift in the debate. For so long, people in prison are basically the forgotten constituents. No politician wanted to heed their existence, let alone talk about prison reform. But in recent years, there's been a real movement. Folks on the right, conservatives championing prison reform, with coalitions of folks on the left. I'm talking the Koch brothers and George Soros, Cory Booker and Rand Paul. And to talk with us today, Grover Norquist, Director of Americans Tax Reform. It's great to see you.
John, good to see you.
So let's just start with this. I mean, sure. Why, after so long, conservatives hitting tough on crime, tough on crime, tough on crime, are we starting to see a shift towards trying to find some common ground, some coalition with those on the left to move forward on this?
First, no conservative is suggesting not being tough on crime. The question is what we've been doing working? How should one be tough on crime? How should one, fighting crime is one of the few things that the government can legitimately do. You want a national defense to keep the Canadians on their side of the border, and you want to have police and judicial systems so people don't steal your cars or shoot you. So those are functions that the government should do. And there'd been this sense, I think, from too many conservatives, starting with me, I'll focus on all those things the government ought not to be doing, that they do poorly, shouldn't do, and will reduce the damage that they do. We spent less time looking at those things that the government needs to do and asked whether they were doing them competently. There was some trust that conservatives gave to the experts. There was a sense that we were measuring inputs. I had a guy who went on to be Attorney General tell me if we just put 800,000 more people in prison, the crime problem in this country would be solved. Like half your advertising is wasted, which half, right? Which 800,000.
Right.
But 800,000, big number. And we're measuring inputs. We put 800,000 people in prison.
Rather not.
How about measuring outputs? Are we reducing crime? So all these things came together. Plus you had the Christian right, the folks from Prison Fellowship and Justice Fellowship who spent time in prisons coming back talking about, how expensive it is for one of these inmates to make a phone call home. you know, how disruptive it is to family life, walking through that. So a number of those things came together, and I've been working with a working group almost 20 years, and then it kind of got formalized back in 2010 with Right on Crime, a national network of people like the 12 or 15 of us that used to meet 20 years ago in D.C., many of whom had personal experiences. Some had been in prison, Pat Nolan with Christian Fellowship, others had relatives in prison. And then there were the group of constitutionalists who really focused on their 4,500 federal laws, their 3,000 regulations that can send you to prison. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. How many of the 4,500 or 300,000 do you know? This has really gotten out of hand.
Well, and so what is that fulcrum? Because you made the point that a lot of the conservatives early on, yourself accepted, who were interested in prison reform, had spent time in prison, or members of their family had. One of these issues where sometimes conservatives become what might be called liberal on issues that affect them personally. How do you build, I don't mean that as a jab, I just mean, how do you build that coalition of concern outside the people who have been personally affected? How has this become a broader cause?
Well, that's what's happened. Governor Perez in Texas, working with the Texas Public Policy Foundation, one of the very strong center-right think tanks in Texas, started coming up with a series of ideas on how you have to put everybody who has a drug problem in prison, drug courts. Can you have less time in prison and higher touch probation, parole perhaps? And they've started passing 2007 a number of changes, led by the guy whose picture would have been who's the toughest guy on crime in Texas, not the guy who you thought of as the touchy-feely guy. And because it came from Texas, because it came from the Republicans in Texas, because when they're not reforming the criminal justice system, they're executing murderers, people in other states said, they're doing what? Texas saved $2 billion by not building prisons because they didn't put more people in them. They've dropped the number of people in prison over the last decade about 12%, and crime's gone down 22%, faster than, I mean, the whole country's had a secular trend downward, but Texas has fallen faster. So they not only aggressively tried to have fewer people in prison for shorter periods of time, but they were more successful in driving the crime rate down. So whether the new approach is the reason, at least didn't get in the way. And you can spend less money. They spend $50,000 per person they keep in prison in California.
So how much of this is an economic issue for conservatives, and how much of it is a moral issue?
Well, different people are at the table for different reasons, and some are at the table for both reasons. And when the Christian right guys get in, worried about prison rape, they're very active in the efforts to reform that at the national level.
The bill was passed under George W. Bush on that.
Right. And that largely came from the Christian right guys. But when they hear about some of the costs, they go, well, that's outrageous. And when the people who look at, I mean, $20,000 a year to put somebody in prison in Florida, $50,000 in California, something's wrong. Something is not happening. And that putting more people in prison is not for longer periods of time. I mean, 75-year-olds in prison for bank robbery are probably not going to rob banks if you let them out. Mm-hmm. The whole question of drug prohibition and people's sense on that has shifted a bit.
So let's talk about drug prohibition. I'm going to use a word that scares a lot of conservatives, amnesty. When you have people in prison for crack violations that are now, would not have the same sentencing requirements, when you have people in prison for marijuana possession or crimes that would not be crimes today, what's the right way to handle that? Is that an appropriate degree of amnesty?
Well, the former Republican governor of Maryland gave a speech at the State Policy Network, the conservative state think tanks, talking about how he said nobody had given it much attention, but he was busy pardoning and paroling, whichever he needed to do legally, people who are just in that category, and had a great deal, he felt, success in minimizing the damage of some of the excessive laws. There's been a right-left coalition here. It's not bipartisanship is when Republicans and Democrats get together and raise their pay, or the Republicans and Democrats get together and give themselves new pensions, or the Republicans and Democrats get together and bravely decide to pass campaign finance reform to kneecap any potential competitor who doesn't have name ID yet. That kind of bipartisanship, which the class interests of elected officials gang up on the rest of us, I'm not interested in. This is left-right coalition building. Principled people on the left, principled people on the right. Nobody's asked to sacrifice their principles. You're talking about within, wholly consistent with your principles, are there areas where we can agree and move forward? There's a lot of that in various issues. This is one where it's been probably more visible.
Well, and you know, whatever you want to call it, that's the only way we're going to get anything done in this country right now, is we find areas of principled common interest and common ground and build on it. So let me ask you a question. This has been a priority for Attorney General Holder. Are you willing to say that Attorney General Holder is principled?
Well, he has his own set of principles, yes. And I'm not sure I'm sure I don't disagree with all of them.
All right, good. Well, that's a start. Let's
just the ones I've run into.
Let's talk about some of the other, I think, interesting barriers or obstacles you could run into as you're making the case for why this should be a conservative virtue. The whole issue of should this be a federal statute issue or a state statute issue? You've got senators working on these issues very courageously, and the coalitions are pretty fascinating. Not just Rand Paul, Cory Booker, but Ted Cruz and Elizabeth Warren in some cases. Is this one of these issues that should have federal remedy, or should it be focused on the states?
Well, we can start by fixing the feds can fix the federal thing. I'm not sure I want the federal government passing laws telling the states how to behave. We're making our progress through the states. We're not waiting on the federal government. We've got dozens of states that are moving in these areas, and I've testified in Florida and Alaska, Oklahoma, Arkansas legislation. And when I say these are things we've done Texas has done that I've worked on.
You're not a Texas.
And Boston.
The Harvard conservative.
That's
fascinating thing.
These are things that have been done in Texas for the last 5-7 years. And they go, oh, it's done in Texas by a Republican. I'm less likely to be attacked from the right as weak on crime if I take this approach. And it's been around for 5 or 7 years. That means there have been elections since then, and nobody died. And nobody lost an election. And politicians really want to hear that it'll work. That's interesting. But they really, really want to hear that it won't cost them the next election. And that's where the conservative Republican leadership on this issue in the states has been very, very helpful. And in Washington, we talk about crack cocaine, that took an immense effort.
Yeah, well, it's one of these cases where our Nixon in China is Rick Perry in Texas. Who knew? But let's talk about another one that I think is kind of interesting, which is the whole issue of privatization. Generally, conservatives, have championed, whether it's Margaret Thatcher or, Rudy Giuliani and Stephen Goldsmith, the virtue of privatizing some public services. But, as George Will once said, the 4 most important words in politics are up to a point. And in some cases, these privatized prisons aren't working so. We've got 1/10 the prison population in there, in privatized prisons right now. And the profit motive makes a pretty crucial difference when you're talking about incarcerating individuals for long points of time. Is this a place for conservatives where maybe free markets and privatizations doesn't work as advertised?
No, I think quite the contrary, but Right on Crime is not focused on that issue, just to make it clear. It's not one of our list of principles.
Well, I understand that,
yeah. No, the best thing you could do, what if every warden in Rikers or everywhere else had a contract that lasted 2 years? And his board of directors was told, if you allow prison rapes, if you allow these problems, if you allow this to go on, your contract won't be renewed. And we have a checklist measuring outputs. Contracting out for short periods of time, for a couple of years, and then you can look at it, is a much better way to have complete control. Because try and fire a prison guard, try and fire a warden. It's very, very difficult. Try and fire a teacher in this city. Ending a contract, very easy. Thank you very much for all your help. Goodbye. You don't have to even give them a reason. So I much prefer a contract that puts much more control. You can measure outputs in a contract, in a business contract that you can never put in the civil service.
Fair enough. So then, but let's pivot a couple degrees then. Let's talk about an area which you're maybe even more comfortable talking about, which is the crony capitalism aspect of this, where you get contracts that are essentially designed to gouge the poor, inmates and their families, sometimes called vampiring. That's certainly a perversion of the free market system, don't you think?
Well, except the prison is a monopsony. It's the only purchaser. Monopoly. It's the only purchaser of the service, and so they've cut deals where they say, put in a bid, pad it, and then since they're all padding it, we'll go with one of them. And the padding, you make a contribution to our favorite charity. Now, some of that's just things that they want for various purposes. Others may be somebody's bank account. But it does raise the cost of calling home for prisoners. And the last thing you want to do is have prisoners more taken away from their families than you need to. The cost of prison is not just the dollars and cents of prison guard pensions and pay and benefits and the dollar cost, it's also the cost in lives that are damaged. The prisoner, the convict, the guy who did something wrong, you send him to prison not to be prisoned and tortured. And his parents, his children.
Well, that raises the question, though. I mean, we have seen crime go down, and to some extent, tough on crime policies coincided with a crime decline. How much do you think those were a driver, and how much do you think at this point we're seeing unintended consequences that perpetuate cultures of crime?
Well, it depends what you mean by tough on crime. When people say lock a lot of people up, locking people up for victimless crimes, locking people up for...
Define victimless crime just for...
Where you don't hit anybody, but you hit yourself. People use marijuana.
Drugs.
He drinks too much. Yes, okay. It's not a crime. But so there we've locked up a lot of people, and it's tough sometimes to get the best statistics on who's in prison for drugs only and who pled down to that. But the answer is not zero, and many. Okay, more than zero is wrong. Many's a problem, and I think we need to look at how we best handle it. The country is having a conversation on medical marijuana, on non-medical marijuana, as to whether people want that to be a crime. It may be something you might want to decide. You're not hiring somebody if they do that, but put them in jail. Crime?
If there's this larger conversation that's occurring on both sides of the aisle, how come prison justice reform was so absent from the policy debates this last midterm election? Totally invisible.
Well, it actually popped up once or twice where somebody did try and hit a Republican state legislator who was running for higher office because they had been in support of right on crime. They attacked him as insufficiently anti-crime. Oh, I know. Governor of Nebraska was hit for that. The guy who won.
Ricketts,
yeah. So it didn't work. And I think that's the best news. If people are not attacking the progress we're making at state legislatures, we picked up 700 Republican state House and state Senate seats in this last time. People are being rewarded for taking a different approach towards crime. Again, this is not weak on crime. This is not blaming the victim. This is being tough on crime, but then you got to decide, who do you want in prison? People you're mad at, people you're disappointed in, people who annoy you, or people you're legitimately scared of and have done damage to people before.
So just in our final minutes here, as we look towards Republican control of the Senate and the House and President Obama in the White House, what are the areas that you think that we could see legislative action to move forward, that the President can sign and that Republicans and Democrats can work on specifically?
It's not impossible that we could take a look at the 4,500 federal crimes, and just as we looked at the hundreds of military bases, said, let's set up a commission to see which of these we can cull down. And let's pick 100 of the 4,500 crimes and say, these are duplicates of state laws, like carjacking, okay? The reason why carjacking is a federal crime is because it was in the headlines for 2 weeks and somebody stood up and said, I'm really against carjacking and I want a federal law. I mean, all 57 states had laws against carjacking. We didn't need the federal government to weigh in on that, but the guy got a headline out of the whole thing, and now we have the stupid law. Nobody's going to vote to decriminalize carjacking standalone, but if you put them in a package, like we did with base closings, you might be able to prune back some of the excessive federal legislation. I think you will see work on the mandatory minimums. Lee of Utah and the Illinois Durbin have legislation. Rand Paul has legislation. It's a little broader than that. I think the Lee Durbin one is the most likely to go through, reducing some of the mandatory minimums for drug offenses. We did this once on crack cocaine. I testified before the House Judiciary Committee on that subject. To do that, we had to have a unanimous consent, which means every single person in the House, every one of them could have been on TV that night if they just raised their hand and said, I object. Nobody did it. That was a broad consensus, which came from right and left. It only took us 18 years.
So finally, for the record, if conservatives want to work with President Obama on this issue, you'd support him. It's not a black mark for ATR.
No, I mean, you just do it consistent with your principles. You don't expect him to give up his. If you're waiting for that, you're just wasting your time. But where you can find opportunities, yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Smart on crime, not tough on crime. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon. I'm Pamela Thomas Graham, and among the few hats that I wear at Credit Suisse is the head of private banking new markets and a member of our executive board. And we at the bank are so proud to be a sponsor of the American Justice Summit today in partnership with our longtime partner, the brilliant and fearless Tina Brown, the John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and the Ford Foundation. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if many of you are wondering, why is a bank, particularly one headquartered in Switzerland, sponsoring an event like this one? It's a reasonable question, and it's one I'd like to address in the next couple of minutes. We've heard from many speakers and panelists already today, and I think that one thing is crystal clear. The state of American justice has a major impact on many facets of our society, including our economy. So convening a discussion on the urgent issues surrounding our justice system made perfect sense to us at Credit Suisse as an employer, as a corporate citizen in New York City, and as a global institution committed to fostering economic growth and wealth creation. As a financial institution, we have a huge interest in ensuring that the communities in which we live and work and offer our services are healthy and vibrant. Economic opportunity and advancement cannot be maximized in any society unless all of its members are offered equal access to resources and opportunities to reach their full potential. In this spirit, earlier this year, we launched an initiative in our private bank called New Markets, and its mission is to help accelerate financial opportunity among groups who've frankly been traditionally undervalued and overlooked by financial institutions. And this includes many communities, including people of color, women, and members of the LGBT community. We've been seeking authentic and innovative ways to accelerate economic progress in these communities, particularly among entrepreneurs, which led us to a discussion about what the barriers are to economic progress in each of these communities and deepened our interest in learning more about the issues that we're discussing today, as they clearly have a major impact on the ability of our nation to progress and to live up to its full economic potential. On a personal note, the issues we've been discussing today really resonate with me. I grew up in Detroit, in the city itself, not the suburbs, and as a young black girl growing up during a time of significant economic challenge for the city and for the black community, I know how thin the line is between success and failure. I was really lucky to have two parents committed to each other and to hard work, and willing to make the sacrifices necessary to provide a great education for my brother and for me. I was also lucky to have a church community and a parochial school community to support the dreams that my parents had for me and that I had for myself. But all around me were unfortunate examples of the opposite, people who faced really steep challenges without that kind of support, and who as a result sometimes made bad choices that took them permanently off track. So I know how much talent, particularly young talent, can be lost in the criminal justice system and how urgent the need is to break the cycle that some young Americans find themselves in, making one bad choice and then not being able to earn their way back into being a functioning and productive member of society. The innovation economy that's fueling growth rewards scalable platforms, and the power of an individual brilliant idea has probably never been stronger in this country than it is right now. But ensuring that we can unlock the talent of all of our nation's people, some of whom may be or were previously incarcerated, but who now stand ready to be productive citizens, is up to all of us. The next Mark Zuckerberg could be in their ranks. So we need to challenge ourselves to ensure that we're giving each of our people the full opportunity to live up to their potential, to get past their past, if that's what it takes, to help them build a brighter future for themselves and their families. So as a bank, as an employer, as a corporate citizen, at Credit Suisse, we know we still have a lot to learn on this subject, and that's actually why we're here today. So you've got our commitment that we'll keep challenging ourselves to listen to the real issues, to be innovative in leveraging our financial expertise to help solve them, and to helping convene vital conversations such as the ones that we're having today, because it's going to take a lot of players, the government, non-governmental agencies, businesses, and universities, all coming together to address this urgent national need. With that, we're scheduled to take a short break in the programming, and I want to thank you all for being a part of today's summit. I'm looking forward to a productive and informative set of discussions still to come. Thank you for being here, and thanks to all of our speakers.
The American Justice Summit will return in 10 minutes. The summit will return in 10 minutes. Welcome back to the American Justice Summit. The program is about to resume. As a reminder, please silence all electronic devices. Flash photography is not permitted in the theater. Thank you. Welcome back to the American Justice Summit. The program is about to resume. As a reminder, please silence all electronic devices. Flash photography is not permitted in the theater. Thank you. Welcome back to the American Justice Summit. The program is about to resume. As a reminder, please silence all electronic devices. Flash photography is not permitted in the theater. Thank you.
60 million Americans have a criminal record on file. The one I am here for is Arthur. I met Arthur 16 years ago as we shared a cold, dark cell with peeling gray institutional paint in Auburn Maximum Correctional Facility. I may never know Arthur's last name, but I will always be reminded of how our insidious criminal justice system and America's insatiable thirst for punishment extinguished his youth, but did not rob him of his dignity, his humanity, and his compassion. We were both being transferred to faraway prisons, prisons that serve as economic engines for rural communities across America. A 4-decade-long stimulus plan on the backs of Black, brown, and poor Americans. Arthur and I found ourselves locked in an 8x10 cell together, double bunked, with little food and 2 cigarettes to share over the ensuing 72-hour lockdown. It was Christmas weekend, 1997. Arthur was a 33-year-old man with 16 years in on a 25-year sentence for drug possession. I was serving 6 years for robbery. He was sentenced under New York State's now infamous mandatory minimum Rockefeller drug laws, wasteful, tough on crime laws that have decimated thousands of individuals, families, and entire communities. 40 years, $1 trillion spent, 45 million arrested, and I can cop cocaine in any city in America for less today than it cost when this war started. Arthur saw that I began to develop a fever while in that dark, cramped cell. And although he had just met me, he insisted he make me a cup of tea. He then took a plastic soda bottle, filled it with water, tied a shoestring to the bottle, and hung it from the light fixture, just low enough to hover above a flame he had ignited using a tightly wrapped roll of toilet tissue. The plastic bottle, like Arthur, shrunk from the heat of the flame, but it did not burst. The water eventually boiled. Arthur then tore the lining of his prison uniform collar and revealed a hidden tea bag. And he placed the tea bag in the bottle of water, and then he handed me a cup of tea. Our failed criminal justice system is careening down the highway at full throttle with the American dream in its rearview mirror. The story of Arthur reminds us, however, that we will all one day be judged by our children and grandchildren on how we respond to this tragedy. This system exists because we all believe in it. Today, we can stop believing. 60 million Americans have a criminal record on file. The one I am here for is Arthur.
Surviving the time. About 10 days ago, I had the opportunity to go and visit Graterford Correctional Facility in Pennsylvania. It was built in 1929, and it looks like it. It is incredibly dilapidated, sad, and depressing place. But what really astonished me was the size of the cells. A lifer who'd been there for 30, 40 years showed me inside his cell, and I was really blown away. It is a tiny little closet with a slit of a window, 2 men in there, and possessions, sad possessions spilling out of a little cupboard, and then an open toilet in the middle of the room. The notion of surviving in such a space for even a month would be difficult, but to stay there as this man had for nearly 40 years was really inconceivable to me. So this panel is asking really that question, which is, how do you survive the time when the hours turn into days and the days turn into weeks and the weeks turn into months? We have 2 extraordinary guests today. On my left here is Tyrone Wirtz, who actually was himself in Graterford prison for 36 years of a life sentence for driving the getaway car in an armed robbery and murder. In Pennsylvania, life does mean life, but in 2011, then-Governor Ed Rendell commuted Tyrone's sentence. And since his release, he's received a Soros Justice Fellowship to help other formerly incarcerated men turn their lives around. And he's done some extraordinary productive work. Sitting next to him is Piper Kerman, who's vice president of a public interest communications firm and currently on the board of the Women's Prison Association. But of course, that's not why we know about Piper Kerman. We know about her because she is the author of the book, Orange is the New Black, which has been turned into an extraordinarily successful TV show of the same name. After being convicted of money laundering and drug trafficking, Piper served 15 months in a minimum security prison in Danbury, Connecticut, and as we all know, turned those experiences into the terrific show that we see now. Let's start with you, Tyrone, because having just come back from Graterford, I'm particularly consumed by your story at this moment. You were just 24 years old when you were sentenced to life in prison. First of all, tell us, how did you end up in that car that night, driving that getaway car, and what sort of young man were you at the time?
First of all, Janie, thank you so much for having me here. It's just an honor and privilege to be on the stage with Piper, and here the rest of the program has been fabulous. Look, I grew up in North Philadelphia. In North Philadelphia, back when I was growing up, I grew up in the turbulent 60s. And I was kind of pushed to the streets. And I was a guy that came from a family of 8 other siblings. I had a mother and father. But I kind of rebelled against my parents, and I was kind of pushed to the streets, and I picked up some really nefarious habits in the street, and eventually led me to prison.
Mm-hmm. And what was your first experiences when you got into Graterford? I mean, now Graterford is under really very innovative management. It wasn't at the time when you first arrived, though, was it?
No. When I first read there, the first thing I noticed was how immense, how huge it was. Not only just the wall when you first approach it, but once you get inside, you can see the enormity of this prison, the long hallways and the noise and the chatter that's going on. And back then in the middle 70s when I got there, Graterford was a horrific place. I mean, there were a lot of violence, drugs, alcohol, mental illness, and corruption. And that was the environment I was thrust into as a young man.
And how did you fare? How did you get through that first year and the many years, the decades later?
Well, when I first went in, I was really angry, and I was a bitter young man. I was really pissed off at the criminal justice system because I didn't think I deserved to be in prison for the rest of my life for how minimal my role in this crime happened. And so I went in, I found ways to anesthetize myself against the pain of incarceration because obviously during that time there was a lot of drugs and alcohol, and I kind of got caught up in that because I didn't really, I wasn't able to really deal with the very fact that I would probably spend the rest of my life in this place.
It's incredible. Piper, you were incarcerated for 15 months, which obviously is not nearly the same as 36 years, but it was a hell of a culture shock for you, right? Because this was not anything that you'd ever seen in your life when you went into Danbury, and you were arrested on drug smuggling and money laundering charges. Tell us about what happened when you first walked through the doors of Danbury. And what did you see, and what did you think?
I was a self-surrender at Danbury, which means, I had been granted a bond, and I had been out on bond for actually close to 6 years, waiting to go to prison. I had pled guilty very rapidly to my crime, but there was a long delay while they were trying to extradite, a high-level drug kingpin. So 6 years had passed. I'd been waiting and waiting and waiting to go. And so on a certain level, that day that I walked in, I was ready to get it over with. But The experience of incarceration is incredibly enveloping. I was transformed during that self-surrender from, Piper Kerman, who had driven up to this federal facility, into 111-87424. And the correctional officers who made that transformation happen did not make me any less frightened. They made me more frightened. And when I was placed into general population with the women that I would be living with for the next, I thought, 15 months, because that was the duration of my sentence, I was very, very scared. And actually what I experienced at the hands of those women in those first, 12 hours or so was kindness and gentleness in terms of stepping up and saying, you're going to need this toothpaste, you're going to need some shampoo, you're not going to get any of those things from the prison. So I was extremely overwhelmed. It's an overwhelming experience. Prison is extremely crowded. It's incredibly harsh. The physical environment of every single prison or jail I've ever been into is one of incredible designed harshness. And the entire experience of incarceration is in fact designed to be traumatic. You're intended to be traumatized. And I went to bed that night. I climbed up into my top bunk. I was exhausted, like so physically drained. And I was definitely saying to myself, I don't think I can do this. Like, I don't actually see how I'm going to survive this year, which must seem ludicrous for you to hear. But I think for everybody who is incarcerated, they begin, and the sentence, whatever it is a desert that you have to cross. And so what you're thinking about that first day or that first week or that first year is, how am I going to cross this desert? What am I going to need to survive this Sahara desert that I need to cross?
In some ways, though, Tyrone, crossing that desert is at the same time kind of keeps you going, I would think, in terms of your case, how you can get an appeal, how you can figure out to kind of get out of there earlier. In your case, there was no getting out. How did you cross the desert?
Well, you always got to find purpose in meeting. When you read Viktor Frankl's book, that kind of gave me purpose. And, I had two extraordinary events. It was just so eerie to hear Glenn Martin's story about his education and how someone in the prison got him interested in education, because that's my story. Early on when I got incarcerated, there was a guy, and I give him credit all the time, Mr. Ernie Bello, who looked at my test scores and said that you read at a second grade level, your math skills are third grade, your comprehension skills are second grade. He said, but your IQ is above average. He said, you can do academic work. And he took the time and he invested in me, and he put me in this adult basic education class, and I took the GED test. And because my confidence was so low, my self-esteem was so low, because of my experience in elementary school, when a teacher told me that I was dumb and couldn't learn, I lost the value of education. And I just show you how sorry I was at that particular time. I took the GED test. I thought I failed it. When I heard that the test scores came back, I went down to see Mr. Bello, and I asked him, how many points did I have to make up to get my GED? And he said, Tyrone, actually, you passed the test. He said, not only did you pass the test, you got the highest score than anyone took the test. And the first thing I thought, I said, if I got the highest score, everybody who took the test must be dumb as hell, because I knew I was dumb, right? That's how I was. So, so as I got that achievement, I went on to school, I graduated from college, and then I met this extraordinary guy who said, I don't know much about you. I don't know whether you're guilty or innocent, whether you're going to get out of prison. He said, but just promise you, as long as you're here, create an extraordinary life for yourself. And I was saying in my mind, that's kind of oxymoronic, because I was in an environment that, as Piper talked about, that everything about that environment says that you're nothing, dehumanizing, strips you of your dignity. And so I kind of found a way to navigate, to cross that desert, even with no end in sight, because...
It's so incredible how one individual can make such a difference to a person's life, and how, in your case, as we keep hearing today, education is that critical thing. Yeah. Piper, you went to Smith College, and there you were in that environment in Danbury. Was there any outlet of the kind that Tyrone talks about for the women in terms of education, in terms of trying to give women some kind of a lifeboat out, mentally at least?
Right. Danbury was not the first women's institution in which I lived my life. I had lived for years in an amazing women's institution, which was focused on making sure that women accomplish all of that they're capable of, and that they have all the skills and the knowledge that they need to do whatever they want to. And it's hard to think about an institution that is less like that than a prison. In Danbury, there was a GED program, thank goodness. Unfortunately, it wasn't very well run, but it exists, and a GED program exists in almost every prisoner jail, or at least it's supposed to. There was very little access to higher education. The Bureau of Prisons is not exactly busting at the seams with the rehabilitation programs, and the truth of the matter is that what rehabilitation programs there are almost always directed towards the male population, as opposed to the female population, because truthfully, female prisoners are much more easily controlled than male prisoners because they're overwhelmingly unlikely to be incarcerated for crimes of violence. And in a minimum security federal women's prison, like where I was doing most of my time, I can tell you that virtually every woman that I was incarcerated was there for a low-level drug offense or for a property crime or for bank fraud or stock fraud or something like that. So,
and did you see any of these women change? I mean, obviously Tyrone, in a sense, turned his life around through education in prison. Did you see any of that in Danbury?
The moment of incarceration or the years of incarceration are an incredible moment of possibility for a person to transform. But what I would observe about prison is that for most prisoners, any transformation that's going to happen is going to have to happen largely on your own steam or out of fortunate connections that you forge with other prisoners or with volunteers or with the occasional caring staffer, because the system as a whole is in no way, shape, or form designed to create those transformations. If that were the case, then every single prison in this country would have a higher education program, because that's a great example of what we know creates the transformation which allows for someone to never go back to prison. When people get their college educations, either in prison or right after they've returned home from prison, they simply don't go back. And yet, it's incredibly difficult to get access to education if you're incarcerated.
Tyrone, you literally lived through the arrival of mass incarceration at Graterford. How did the prison population change as a result?
Well, that's a very interesting question because, when I went into Graterford back in 1975, actually there were 7 state prisons. They were about 5,000 to 6,000 prisoners. The budget is about a couple $100 million. There were 500 people serving life sentences. That was the state of the criminal justice system in Pennsylvania. The day I walked out of Graterford in 2011, there were 26 or 27 prisons. There were 52,000 prisoners, 5,000 lifers, and the budget had ballooned to $2 billion. And that's in the face of the cutbacks in education in Philadelphia and other cities in Pennsylvania. And I saw the population in Graterford when I first got there was, 1,500. It was built to hold 2,000 to a number of 4,000 people, which put a lot of pressure not only on the system as a whole, but in terms of treatment, education, and those kind of things. So I've seen the impact of mass incarceration, the impact it had on not just the prison, but the individuals that's housed inside of the prison, on the prison guards, and on the communities at large.
Piper, I mean, there's obviously, you have said there's a kind of continuum of sexuality in a woman's prison. And of course, in Orange is the New Black, we're seeing the kind of the gay for the stay, constant sort of references to sex and so forth. And yet sex is actually against the rules, right, in a prison. So how does that work? I mean, from your point of view, what was that experience from your point of view? Did you find yourself constantly in sexual situations in prison or not?
For me, contrary to the depiction in the show, it was a long celibate year. I know you're saying, like, what are you complaining about?
Yeah, 30 seconds. Think about it.
That said, I think that a women's prison particularly, you can comment on what it's like in a men's prison, a women's prison is a highly sexualized place in many ways because of the incredible power imbalance between the women who are incarcerated and the overwhelmingly male staffers, the correctional officers and other staffers who generally serve in women's prisons, they are overwhelmingly male. And so my observation would be that in addition to control of, every single person's corporal being, control of female sexuality was this obsession amongst many of the people who worked in that prison. And so the second day of incarceration, I went through sort of the orientation process, and literally, correctional officers would sit there during the very long day of being, lectured and oriented and say, don't be gay for this day, don't be gay for this day, you don't have to be a lesbian. Now, of course, a sexual relationship or a romantic relationship between prisoners happens, and those kinds of relationships take all forms. But the other dynamic that's going on is, of course, sexual contact between prisoners and guards or correctional officers or staff. And that happens in every single prison and jail on this planet, I think, certainly in this country. And in women's prisons, that can have a particularly strange and difficult dynamic because of that gender imbalance. And so while that may happen frequently on an individual basis, you see places like the Tutwiler prison in Alabama, which is under investigation by the Department of Justice.
It's a horrendous place.
It's a horrendous place, and it has a horrendous systemic problem with sexual abuse, much like other women's prisons have been noted and have been shut down in some cases, like Otter Creek in Kentucky, which was just like Tutwiler.
Turin, tell me about the relationships that you made in prison. I mean, you were there for so long. You must have made so many bonds with those prisoners. And when you walked out, in a sense, you were kind of leaving, in a way, family behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the very fact I was there for so long, I mean, I went in at 24. Actually, I was with these men longer than I was with my own family in the street. And I always tell the story that the day I left Graterford Prison, because I had met some extraordinary men there. I know a lot of times people on the outside just see prisons and don't know who's behind the wall. And, even on the website at Inside Out, at Temple University, the place I work for, and I made this quote that said, the wall is not there just to keep us in, but it's to keep the public out. So people don't know who's behind the wall. But I met some extraordinary men behind that wall who kind of raised me and showed me the way, who actually was very much instrumental in my transformation. The day I walked out of Graterford, because I was president of Life's organization for 20 years, as I was walking down the hallway, there were like 200 lifers in the hallway to greet me. And like I always tell people, I'm from North Philly, I'm kind of tough, don't cry, I don't show no emotions, but that day I walked down the hallway hugging these guys, looking into their eyes, I was crying like a baby because I knew that these men had such an impact on my life and that if nothing didn't change, most of them would die there.
It's so tragic that I saw the hospice at Graterford, and it was almost the most poignant thing that I saw. One thing that I was told by Secretary Wetzel and observed by talking to them was that there is a point when you kind of pivot and become a mentor to if you've stayed there long enough. Very often, the lifers become the mentors to the younger prisoners. You've now left prison, obviously, and you are mentoring young men. What do you think could be done in terms of making that a much more formal connection of lifers in prison who can be mentoring these young fatherless boys who frequently end up in prison only because there's been no man in their life?
Yes, well, actually, that is the untapped resource. I think that, one of the painful things for me for sitting out in the audience, listening to people talk is the language that we use. And I think Glenn Martin talked about this. The language is very important when we say inmate, when we say criminal, that is dehumanizing, it's othering, right? These are human beings, these are men who are, when they were young, they made some mistakes, and now they're older men, and they understand the things that they did. They want to be a viable solution to solving some of the problems in the community and in the prison. They act as mentors, and they have a unique knowledge and unique experience. In this country, this society, do not see that. They still see them as someone, as we was talking about earlier, as clients, someone that needs help instead of with their own agency, right?
Yeah, but there is actually a big untapped resource there,
Absolutely.
mentors in prison. It's fantastic, the work you're doing with the community. Piper, from your point of view, now that you've emerged from prison, obviously not many people end up writing a hit TV show and winning an Emmy. It's a pretty unusual exit strategy in a sense.
Yes.
But what do you see that could be done for women when they come out? What is the help that isn't there? And what work are you seeing that is great and that you are yourself involved with for helping women who are coming out of prison?
Well,
very often they have the spouse leave and the kids have been taken away and all kinds of tragedies have happened.
Yes. So specifically, if you're talking about women in the system, women and girls in the system, it's really important to recognize that the things that drive women's involvement in crime are very well known and well understood because they are substance abuse, they are mental illness, And especially for women, but also for men, they are an astonishingly high experience of physical abuse, whether it's sexual or just, physical abuse, in their personal histories before they are incarcerated. And so some of the folks earlier today were talking about the fact that when we don't address the things that drive people's involvement in crime, or we don't address the things that are driving people's dysfunction or transgression, we really don't have any hope of changing people's trajectories. But when we do address those things, we get unbelievably amazing results. And so, the women that I did time with, almost all of them have come home at this point, and some of them have done incredible, remarkable things with their lives. Whether you're talking about on a very nitty-gritty level, like remarrying and having a family, or whether you're talking about getting their education and, succeeding professionally. Despite the very significant burden of a felony conviction and all of the collateral consequences that go along with those things. So I think that it's so important to recognize people who have been through the system as having agency and being the protagonists of their own life and having a powerful impact on the lives of their family, whether they are present or whether they are absent. Like, that absence has a powerful, powerful impact on people's kids and their parents and all of their community members.
Tyrone, what was the worst thing really that you saw in Greaterford, and what can everybody hear in this auditorium? What is the single thing that will be helpful, do you think, to inmates?
For prisoners. Well, look, like I said, I believe that, one of the things we have to do is look at the fact that there are so many men and women in prison, and sometimes we don't really see them as who they really are. They are human beings, and we really need to provide, as Piper talked about, educational programs and programs that will help them in their own transformation. In this harshness and this draconian laws that we put in place, a lot of people think that basketballs or weightlifting weights or having TVs are amenities that need to be taken away because people need to be punished. Well, as Wolfgang said, your liberty being taken away is your punishment. You don't need to do anything more. What we should be doing is investing in men and women's transformation so they can transition back to the community and become whole and healthy individuals to their families and children.
Do you feel that there's... Well, I think all of us are very impressed by the two of you, really. You've both shared so many interesting insights. Tyrone's, I think it's absolutely right that the mentoring of young men is the way to go, in a sense it sounds, from everything you're doing. Thank you so much, both of you, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We're getting close to a non-correctional facility. That's it. All right. Stop here to sign in.
You been good out there, boy?
Yeah. I'm gonna step out the way and give you a moment so you can talk to each other since you haven't seen each other in over 8 years. Okay? You should have a lot to talk about.
I do, but I just been nervous.
What, coming down here?
Heck yeah.
You gotta stay out of trouble.
There be a lot of police walking through here.
This is jail. This is a max penitentiary.
How did you get in here?
I got a murder and attempt murder.
Huh?
You know what that is, right?
You killed somebody and you tried to kill somebody.
You know how much time I got, right?
Yeah.
How much?
Life.
Yeah, you can say that though, but I got like 60 years. You can say life.
That's a long time.
I'm still in court though. I'm still trying to get out. How you end up in Montefiore?
Got kicked out of Webster, fight the teachers and stuff.
That's assault.
He touched me first.
It don't matter, that's a grown up. 'Cause I don't want nothing to happen to you. You gotta listen to your mama.
I do this to Mama kind though when she.
You gotta listen to her. She ain't gonna tell you nothing wrong.
Yeah, true.
Hopefully everything go right. I'll be back out there and we gonna start all over again.
I was just about to ask you that. What if you get a chance to start over?
I'll get a job. That's the right way. Need you to pray for us.
I do. I want to be a man in my life so I can do better. Do you think about us a lot?
I think about you all the time. It don't be a day go by I don't think about my family. You know what I'm saying? Every day.
I think about you a lot. When I get in trouble, when I cry, I think about you.
I left you was what?
I was 6.
That's crazy.
A real visceral video, obviously, talking about the impact of incarceration on the families, because in many ways, the punishment extends beyond the sentence, often including people's families. There are more than 60 million people, as we've said today, living with a criminal record, and they exist in a sort of stateless population, often barred from jobs, from voting, from housing, and access to education. And that's what we're going to talk about now, is the difficulty of re-entry, like a space capsule trying to make its way back into the Earth's atmosphere, right? Joining me now for the panel is Dorsey Nunn, Executive Director of Legal Services for Prisoners with Children and co-founder of All of Us, or None. Next to him is Richard Price, author of 7 novels I'm sure you know, including Clockers, Freedom Land, and Samaritan. He won a 2007 Edgar Award for his writing on the HBO series The Wire. And Ann Jacobs, on the end, who has worked in the field of reentry for 30 years, is currently director of the Prisoner Reentry Institute here at John Jay College. So, reentry, Dorsey. When you were put away, the first time you were a young father, what was it like being separated from those kids and then trying to reintegrate into their lives?
I think I grew into my parenthood part because, like, initially, I was suffering from being punished. I had a life sentence at the age of 19. I thought about them, and probably the first efforts I made to adjust to behavior modification came as a result of wanting to actually touch my daughter, you know, to hold my daughter, you know, and I thought I was special because when she was a baby, she used to sleep with me. And I thought she followed me around because I was special as opposed to I was just a warm person in the bed with her.
You are special, Dorsey.
You know, but you know, like the thing that got me is the more that I served my sentence, the more I thought about my children. They were there, you know. In fact, after serving 11 years between the age of 19 and 31, all the stuff that I thought that I was going to do the first day didn't happen the first day.
What'd you think you were going to do?
I thought I was going to, you know, I thought I was going to find some woman. I thought I was going to party. I wanted a Winchell's donut and a Henry Weinhardt beer. I was 19. I had never had sex with my shoes off. You know, but the thing that came up for me is what I thought about.
People had to think about that. There was like a delayed reaction to that.
I know. You know, what I thought about would be my first day wasn't my first day. I spent the first day of my life of freedom looking for my son. And I couldn't find him the first day. It was the second day that I found him. And when I knocked on that door, what I heard was somebody run down the stairs. And what I seen was my son as a young man for the first time. And what I recognized that first day was that my punishment didn't simply belong to me, it belonged to my entire family, because they were piled up in one house and I was worthy of giving them something, and I was unable to give them that. So my punishment became more profound on the day of my release than during certain parts of my sentence.
And you've dedicated much of your life, years since in helping other formerly incarcerated people re-enter?
Yeah, I mean, for the last 15 years, we give away, hundreds of bicycles every year. We find the children of incarcerated parents. And when we give the bicycles away, we don't give the bicycles away like missionaries. We tell them that the bicycles come from their parents because we're trying to do two things. We're trying to teach kids that their parents love them, and we're trying to empower parents to be parents upon release. So we have a whole different approach. We start getting money from formerly incarcerated people by asking them, have you ever stole a bike? Don't you think it's time to give one back?
Good question. I'm going to bring Ann in now. Ann, you've worked on the issue of reentry for many years. Talk about the immediate challenges that a prisoner faces in walking through those doors.
So reentry is one of those things that's much easier said than done. When you think about it, it's basically the challenge of someone constructing an entire life for themselves. They have to figure out where they're going to live, how they're going to eat, how they're going to clothe themselves and get across town. They have, as Dorsey was talking about, desires for reconnecting with family. They have health, mental health, substance abuse issues that need to be addressed. And they have a lot of criminal justice mandates on them also. So there are a lot of pieces of life that need to be put into place. And too often, prisoners leave incarceration without even the basics of a birth certificate, a driver's license, a really safe place to live. They're going to shelters. So they're thrown out into a world that has changed dramatically since they were locked up. Not even in New York, it's easy to not even know how to buy a subway pass, let alone use it. And there's something about the psychological distress of someone who's reentering that they're just sure they're walking around with some sort of scarlet P or whatever the letter would be on their forehead. And when they're standing at the subway machine trying to buy a pass, that everybody knows that they just got out of prison. When, in fact, when I'm with the same struggle, they just know I'm old and I can't figure out the technology. But so, they're thrust into a world that's changed, that has a lot of expectations of them and that they have a lot of expectations of, and they're very often not prepared and not supported in doing that, and they're going back to communities that are under-resourced.
Richard, you recently went to Sing Sing and attended a graduation for a prison class. What were your impressions?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say I'm 65 and I still haven't had sex without my shoes off. Sorry to one up you.
Man, I'm so sorry, dog.
But I wear loafers. So.
Nice, nice.
Okay, enough. Well, there was a 12-week parenting skills seminar at Sing Sing, and there was about 45 guys in the program. I mean, they were in for long sentences. That nobody in that program was going to get out anytime soon, and they'd already been there for a very long time. And I didn't know what to think of it because, first of all, the range of experience with children was amazing. There was a guy in there who had no children, just in case, when he gets out, he's going to have children. There was a man in there who was arrested at 19, and he was in his late 50s, and he said that he had on one day, he had a grandchild born and 2 great-grandchildren born within 24 hours. And he was there from 19 to 56. There was a guy there whose family basically gave up on him. He left a kid when he was 2. The kid on his own, 10 years later, looked him up and reached out to the father. The kid showed up, and they met, and the father didn't like the way it went. He was expecting something warm. He said it was kind of tepid, and they were kind of sizing each other up. He went back to his cell, and he felt like, I didn't like the way that went. And he started writing this kid letter, after copious letter. The kid never went back. So it's like a double death for that guy. Then there was another guy there who left his son when he was 3. The son on his own also found his father, started a relationship with him when the kid was 20. The kid's now 40 and visits his father every week for 20 years. So yeah, there's an awful lot of experience, and I think there's an awful lot of pain in terms of dissatisfaction, paths not taken. If I only did this, if I only did that, I wouldn't be here. But I was also thinking about, why do people take, you're not gonna be out of jail for a long time. Why are you taking a parenting class? Well, because you see the kids when they come visit. You have a relationship with the kids and your wife on the phone. You do have a relationship. It's not the relationship you would like. And some guys will take a class like that because it looks good when they come up for parole. They'll take that, they'll take computer technology, they'll take creative writing, they'll take art. And that's fine, because something sneaks up on these guys when they take a class like that. They're not prepared for it, which is a connection. Because what happens in there, it's like if you're mandated to go to AA, you go to your first meeting and you say, I don't want to be here. Look at these fucking losers here. And then within the 4th week, you're going, you go, Joe. Come on, man. We're pulling for you. Here's my card. Call me in. And there's this fierce connection between, I don't know if fierce is the right word, but these guys can't help it. How are you going to take a parenting skills class without talking and without a little bit not hiding? So come the graduation ceremony, all these guys are all the usual, blue ribbon speakers. And I'm looking at these guys, it's like Mount Rushmore. They're not moving. And then they call up each of these guys for their diplomas. And they're all shouting and cheering, and their faces break out and smile. They made this connection in this class. Whether it's going to help them in the long run, I don't know. By the time they get out of prison, these little toddlers are going to be teenagers.
Sure.
They have so much, like was said earlier, they have so much they have to master. This parenting class is just, it's just like a minuscule scratch in what they have to deal with. I'd also say one last thing. I don't want to dominate time. But one thing a class like this does, and other people have said this before, you go into prison, from what I've told, you have 2 choices. You could either exist or you could live. And if you choose to take classes like this, you chose to live. You chose to learn something. You chose to make something of yourself. And you take this class, that class, the other class. You choose to live. And so when a guy got up there at the last second, he said, well, I was, somewhere up like Cape Vincent, which is up near the Canadian border. And he said, I was so happy when I was transferred to Sing Sing. Of course, we know Sing Sing from like 1930s Wallace Beery movies. He said, what? Because they had programs like this. We had nothing upstate. Wow. I was so happy to be transferred to Sing Sing. That's a line I don't think I'd ever expect to hear in my life from anybody.
What's fascinating to me is it sounds like a triumph of hope in the midst of all this darkness. Dorsey, tell me a little bit about hope creeping into all this. You are behind a big project called Ban the Box. You've coined the phrase. You went to the White House recently to talk about it.
Ban the Box is that question on the application. Have you been convicted of a crime? Have you been convicted of a felony? And one of the things that a group of us started to do was I need to announce just straight up, with all of these bright people out here, I need to say, the enemy of reentry is structural discrimination. Structural discrimination. We got a problem because I see myself as equal with everybody sitting in the audience. And I'm not going to stop seeing myself as equal. So at a certain point, we start framing the question about what would we want to do with our freedom? What would we want to do with our privilege? And we started a campaign called Ban the Box. We went into the White House, and what we were asking in the White House for an executive order that banned the box with people doing contracted services with the government. Not like I want you to help the downtrodden. I just want you to stop using my money to practice discrimination on me. We went to the Justice Department. It was a group of us. And when we went to the White House, the first time we was refused because we had a conviction history, which makes us question whether or not we sincerely Americans or not. since we don't have the access to the right to vote. We don't have the access to the right of education. We don't have the right to return to our family. We don't even have employment questions. It was tragic when I got out of prison and seeing that I just didn't suffer. My children suffered. So at a certain point, this question is not about me, and the box is not about my job. It's about the economy and marginalized communities. And I need to say, I got an education when I was in prison too. It was given to me by the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. And I made a promise to a whole group of people that I would actually come back to the community as an asset instead of a liability. So education without a purpose don't mean anything.
Thank you, Dorsey. Don't hold back, Dorsey. I really want you to, share your passion with us.
I'm just lucky to got through that without screaming.
I know, there you go. Anne, I want to bring you in as well. Your department recently did a study looking at three-quarter housing in New York. Tell us what you found. Pretty disturbing.
So three-quarter houses are a phenomenon that isn't limited to New York, but they may only be called that in New York. They're really illegal boarding houses for people who are on very limited income. And they kind of fall outside any governmental entity's oversight or regulation. And they typically are unsafe, overcrowded, very problematic residences, but they're all that people who are coming out of prison in New York can afford on their $215 a month shelter allowance. So it's an example of what Dorsey's talking about, right?
Yeah.
The collateral
institutionalized,
consequences. Right.
The institutionalized difficulties.
The institutionalized difficulties compounded by these collateral consequences that make every criminal conviction a life sentence, essentially.
We were talking about, you were saying that so many of the solutions lie outside of the criminal justice system when you look at reentry.
Right. Well, that's certainly the conclusion that I've come to. We can do a lot better within the criminal justice system. Reentry should start with the beginning of someone's criminal sentence, and it should be heavily focused on education. But if we really want to tap the kind of resource that the people that represent and that I think we're concerned about, the criminal justice system isn't the place to solve that problem. It's the resources that are going to the criminal justice system that should be going to not just public education, but parks and recreation. Employment opportunities in neighborhoods that people, live in. The people who we see cycling through the prison system are coming from the most economically disadvantaged communities in this country. And they need wholesale infrastructure investment, and that's where our money should go, and that's when you're really truly creating opportunity for people to bring their talents and contribute to the social good.
Richard, I want to bring you into this conversation again about reentry. I mean, you have drawn up so many vivid characters in your literature, but tell us about the kid that you met recently.
Yeah. Not recently. I met him in the late 80s.
Oh,
now I'm a middle-aged man. But I think you take that parenting class, it's like you're court-ordered, once again, the AA thing. By the way, I'm not in AA. I should be, but... Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Can I have a drink? See, I'm getting wet brain right now. I feel like if you take a parenting class like this, it's like sending somebody to rehab for 60 days with a life-threatening alcoholism or drug addiction. And then you send them out into the world without outpatient services, without a counselor. The odds of them winding up back, you've got to have follow-up. You absolutely got to have follow-up. And this is not an addiction. This is about just staying out. You can't do it without support.
Tell me about the kid, though, who
you
were trying to help.
I went off label there. So
it was good, though. We liked it.
Yeah. There I was. It was 1988. I was teaching a writing class at Daytop Village in the Bronx. It's a drug rehab center. And it was mostly teenagers, Bronx teenagers. And there's one kid I really liked, this kid Rafiq. He was personable, he was lively, and he wasn't a drug addict. He was a drug dealer, but he was smart enough to say alternative sentencing. If you have a drug problem, raise your hand. Yeah, I don't want to go to Rikers. But anyways, he did, and he spent a lot of time in jail. He gets out. Well, he is out when I met him. This kid had an incredible talent in drawing, graphic arts. Well, they do a lot of drawing in jail. It's like one of the things. So, but this kid was amazing. I took him to a friend of mine at Young and Rubicam, the advertising agency. He showed him his portfolio. This guy got on the phone with somebody, the dean at School of Visual Arts. He got this kid a scholarship on the phone within an hour. And he said to the kid, you spend a year at SVA, you learn graphic arts, you come back, you're an intern at Young and Rubicam. So I left the kid, we're at 42nd Street. He has to go down to 20-something street where SVA is, 20 blocks, he's in good shape. I'm going uptown. All right, I'll call you tonight and see how it went. I'm feeling, wow, this is great, man. This kid's on the way. Call him up at night. How'd it go? Well, I didn't make it. What do you mean you didn't make it? They didn't like you? No, I never went for the interview. Why? He said, well, that guy gave me all this free pencils and paper and stuff. It was kind of heavy, so I just went home. And I was so pissed off at this kid. It finally dawned on me. You say to him, go to School of Visual, after your life and your father's life and your grandfather's life, you go to Young and Rubicam on Madison Avenue. You go to the School of Visual Arts. You become a professional artist. It was like asking this kid, go to Mars. It couldn't enter his brain pan that that was a possibility. Go to School of Visual Arts like who? Become a guy on a salary, an intern, like who? Nobody did that I know of. He just couldn't handle the leap. And I feel like a lot of these guys in prison, they're, the romantic word is they're outlaws. They're outriders, they're aggressive. Yet all they know is what they know. And they're scared of what they don't know for the most part. And this kid has stayed out of jail. He's a middle-aged man now. He's got 2 kids. But it's been hell. It has been hell.
I'm sure. And it is such a vivid illustration of the entrenched difficulties. There are many things that Dorsey and I are mad at, one of which is that we're out of time. But I'm going to sneak another 15 seconds and just let you say a final word, and then we'll say goodbye.
What I want, I haven't heard anybody talk about the presumption of rehabilitation upon the completion of a sentence, which means that when I finish serving my time, I don't owe y'all anything. So at a certain point, what I want is my equality and my human and civil rights. And we're going to have a big problem because I'm not going to stop fighting for my civil and my human rights. And y'all can frame it any way you want it. You can feel comfortable with it. You can feel uncomfortable with it. But the reality of it is, we got a problem because in All of Us or None, we're teaching people to speak in their own voice, and we dream of being greater than everybody else's clients. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Dorsey. Ann, any final thoughts? Summation?
I don't think I could say it any better than Dorsey did. Me too.
I appreciate your all being here. Richard, yes, final thought.
Just a factoid that has nothing to do with this panel. The irony at John Jay College is 3/4 of this school is licensed to carry a gun. Before it was John Jay College, it was Harron Vocational High School, a school in the 50s that had so much juvenile delinquency, which was such a crime school, that they used it as the school in Blackboard Jungle in 1954, a movie about teenage hoods in high school, and now it's John Jay.
You guys are remarkable, all 3 of you. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
A super predator is a young juvenile criminal who is so impulsive, so remorseless, that he can kill, rape, maim without giving it a second thought.
To help people. Don't help me, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Byron Pitts. Our conversation today are with the interrupters. We've heard a lot about how people get into the system, what happens to them once they're there, the difficulty in getting on with their lives afterwards. Our conversation will be about how do we prevent that? How do we keep them from going to prison? The United States incarcerates more children than any developing nation on earth. Statistics show that incarceration as a child is the greatest predictor of adult incarceration. I'm here with three women who are approaching this issue from multiple angles. Sally Hazelgrove, founder of the Crushers Club, a boxing gym on the south side of Chicago, which serves an alternative to gang involvement for at-risk young people. Carmen Perez is the executive director of the Gathering for Justice. She's worked on gang intervention in the prisons of El Salvador as a youth probation officer and as a national organizer of finding alternatives to violence and incarceration. And Nell Bernstein is the author of Burning Down the House, The End of Juvenile Prison. She frequently addresses the public about the impact of incarceration on young people and their families. Nell, I want to start with you. How is the super predator myth still affecting young people today?
In my book, I describe the notion of the super predator as an insult that can't be taken back. And I experienced that secondhand, but very viscerally. This notion of the super predator was conceived in the mid-90s. And at that time, I was editing a youth newspaper in San Francisco. Our office was in the financial center, but we had kids from every neighborhood. And even before this fabrication came along, it was hard for them to get to work. It was sort of a morass of purse clutching and car door clicking and street crossing. But once we were told that the coming wave of youth, and in particular the coming wave of Black youth, was going to destroy us in ways we had never imagined, it got exponentially harder, just about overnight. One of my kids told me that he wasn't going to come to work anymore because the amount of energy he had to expend just to reassure people that he wasn't going to harm them on the way to work, he was beat by the time he got to work. Another young person on my staff dealt with it by having a t-shirt made that said, "No, white lady, I don't want your purse." And, you know, I always kind of, people laugh.
Those would still sell today, I would imagine.
Those are still?
Those would still sell today, I would imagine.
But you know what was different then? Nobody laughed. Things were so bad then. Communication was so limited that they would look at him, look at his shirt, and kind of exhale. That was the level of communication between young people and adults. And I think when we're conditioned to fear, it's very hard to be deconditioned. And there hasn't been, I don't think, a significant effort to decondition us.
Carmen, you were a teenager when the wave of the so-called super predator fear erupted in America. What was it like for you as a teenager?
My generation was judged based on the community that we grew up in, the people we hung out with, the clothes that we chose to wear, the music that we danced to. And it was this division between community and young people to the point where I grew up playing basketball. I grew up in a home where there was domestic violence, so any opportunity I had to be out of my home, I did. And that came with the fact that the community didn't accept us either. So we had blue warm-ups for basketball, and we were considered gang members. If you look at the picture here, I'm here with my friends, and we look like gang members. Our family members look like gang members because we were Latinos, because of the way in which the media portrayed us. And it was crippling when you walked into the store to purchase something because you were constantly being followed. And that's not a different story than the young people I work with now. But the fact that if it wasn't for the opportunities that my coach gave me, I wouldn't have had another path. My family has 5 generations of gang membership in it. My father was born in 1924, was a Pachuco. And it was because of what was happening in America that people come together. We dehumanize gangs. It's a subculture. We create these subcultures because we want to belong to something. And because of that, we also created this image of young people during the 1990s that ultimately led to a lot of these harsh punishments.
Talk to me more about your family. I mean, clearly everyone here is committed, and some folk have more skin in the game than others. For you, this is very personal.
It is very personal. I grew up, I'm the youngest of 5. My oldest sibling is 14 years older than me, and since I remember, he was in and out of jail, and that was painful for our family. Getting the calls that he was locked up again was pained my mother as well as brought a lot of shame to us. And at the age of 17, I lost a sister. She was buried on my birthday. She was 19 herself, or gonna be turning 19. And I grew up with the duality of the victim and the offender. And that was the first time that I learned about restorative justice, was when my sister was killed. My father had turned to my mother when the district attorney had asked what they wanted to do with the young man that took my sister's life, and my father said, "I can't take another mother's child away from her." And that's what led me to commit myself to providing opportunities for young people.
But there was another side to that, right? I mean, there was also pressure to say, we're going to take this guy out, right?
Yeah, I'm 17 years old. My brothers are older. They wanted him dead. And that's what was running through the streets. But my mother interfered in that. She interrupted a green light from going out. And so did my father, and reminded us of our humanity, reminded us that people make mistakes. And my mother didn't want him dead, nor did she want, it wasn't gonna bring back her daughter. And she was very clear about that. But at 17, being young and losing my sister, losing the person I grew up with, we were born a day apart, she was 2 years older, we shared a room, we shared secrets, we shared everything, and to lose her, of course you want the person who took her life to go away and feel the pain that you feel, but it wasn't gonna replace her. Yeah. And my mother did something so profound at that moment, as well as my father, that has led to my dedication to this work.
Strong parenting.
Strong parenting.
Okay. Sally, in your community in the south side of Chicago, you are mom and dad and big sister to a lot of young people. Yeah. You work in Inglewood, an area known for violent crime. Why is gang involvement so magnetic for the young men there?
Well, I think a lot of it stems exactly from what Carmen just said, that wanting to have a sense of belonging, a purpose, domestic violence, and other issues that make you feel like you don't have value as a member in society.
Give us some of the statistics from that, because many of us know what life is like in tough sections of New York.
Yes. Well, Inglewood actually ranks #1 for 150,000 gang members. So we lead in all the cities across the states, and as well, we have the highest homicides and shootings. We've had about 300 shootings, with 41 of those killed as of last week anyway.
This isn't all of Chicago, this is just one section.
This is just Inglewood. It's 45 blocks of just a lot of violence, crime. We call it our 45 blocks of hell sometimes. But there is a light in there, and there is actually community in that neighborhood, and I'm sure you experience community. Even though there are a lot of problems in your neighborhood, there's something about tragedy that does bond you to each other. And so, but when I went out there, I just saw that, I saw a big lack of intervention. Chicago is severely segregated. And I've seen a small little bit of improvement in that. But coming to New York, it's very inspiring, because New York is highly integrated, and they don't have the same crime we do and the same problems. And while I know they exist here, I don't think it's to the same degree. Mm-hmm. Whereas the racial divide, and the systematic criminalization of our youth and children, and the fear that feeds that, is ever present.
Explain the optics to us when you show up, right? I would imagine there aren't many folk in Inglewood who look like you when you showed up saying, hey, let's box.
In the beginning, I think I've always been a little bit oblivious, and that helped me because I think I caught the radar of the police for sure. I was walking around, I was pregnant, I have 4 children of my own, and I was asking the boys on the corner with my little flowered skirt back then, you know, what would get you off the block? What would you like to do besides, you know, gangbanging? And boxing was the #1 choice they gave me.
I mean, did anyone say, get the hell out of here? What are you talking about?
One day there were a bunch of children across the street, and I was walking down a notoriously drug-infested street, and I saw them pick up a bunch of rocks. I knew they were going to throw them at me. So I decided to walk across the street, and I said to them, you know, we're all cars. We come in different shapes and models, but our hearts, to me, is the driver. I'm like, I'm probably like a Corvair, because I'm a little bit of an odd person. But I said, you guys probably think you're sleek and shiny. I said, but here's the bottom line. You can choose to throw those rocks at me, and I'm for sure going to chase you, and I'm going to catch a couple of you, and I'm going to beat you down on the block. Or, like, everybody can drop your rocks, I'll take you to the park, and I'll buy you slushies. So they all kind of looked at me, and they dropped the rocks, and we went across the street. So I think by, you know, it's all what you give credit to. I'm like, you're black, I'm white, but I've always been colorblind a little bit, you know. I experienced a lot of my friends from the north side. I moved out there 5 years ago, but I used to live on the north side, and a lot of them stopped being my friends, to be honest. You know, young men would ask me questions like, well, you would never go out with a black guy, would you? And, you know, I ended up marrying one, to be honest. And so, you know, it's kind of funny, but it was a little painful, you know, even in my own family. I had some opposition, and my father hates me to tell people this, but I'm going to tell it anyway. He tried to bribe me. Pardon me. He said, you know, I'll give you like $5 grand if you leave Inglewood. And but I just told him, no, I'm not for sale. But
If you'd said 10?
you know, no, but I might have lied and said, okay, and taken the money. But anyway, I think, you know, the thing is, when you look at youth, as we all do, with a lot of love in our eyes, and as if, what if that was my child? That's always been my focus. I always thought, what if that was my child? I made a lot of poor choices as a young woman and as a youth. But I grew up in a place called Naperville where I had a support system. So I was taking my parents' car at 13 and driving it. You know, they blamed my older brothers. I continued to get in trouble, but they sought counseling for me. They had support systems. They kept trying to intervene. So I feel like, and I wasn't labeled as a criminal, even though I was doing a lot of the same things they were. So I just felt like, you know, all of us need to feel important and like we have a purpose for living and belong to something. And I saw that the gangs have more members than any program I'd ever seen, so I decided to steal their model and duplicate it, but use boxing and music instead of guns and drugs.
We're going to talk more about the music in a bit, but now I want to ask you a question. Your book proposes a provocative idea, the end of all juvenile incarceration. Say what?
Well, I have to answer that, don't I? I actually, it's a little bit of a semantic hair splitting, but I proposed the end of the juvenile prison. And I've kind of become a language freak. I'm going back to my comp lit background because technically there's no such thing as a juvenile prison. We have training schools, we have boys' academies, we have guidance centers. You won't see a sign that says juvenile prison. But when I started to go inside the locked facilities where we keep our children, I saw razor wire, I saw sally ports, I saw cells, I saw guards, I saw pepper spray. These are prisons, and they're prisons for kids. And yeah, I don't think there's any reason for them to exist. And that's not just my visceral reaction, although it did start with visiting friends and having that visceral reaction. It's something that only deepened as I got into the research. For example, I'm really glad you talked about your, what did George Bush call them? When I was young and stupid, I was young and stupid. Your own youthful misdeeds. Because it turns out that 90% of all American teenagers in confidential interviews acknowledge having done something that could get them locked up.
Yes.
And that surprises people, but just think a minute. Okay? See? So that tells me there's no such thing as a juvenile delinquent. It's a developmental phase. And
well, my mama would say, but there are such thing as badass kids in this world, right? So what are you to do with children who are causing trouble?
So what would I say to your mother? Well, I would start by saying I've never met a young person for whom a double homicide or a carjacking was a first offense. They always have a track record that begins at 13 with stealing a car, or spitting on the sidewalk, or throwing a rock, or jaywalking, or a lot of things that honestly my 13-year-old white twins have done or will do.
Yes.
But then they get tracked. Somebody said this earlier, there is a great diversion program, it's called Being White, and it really does work. The kids who don't, sorry, I didn't mean that to be a laugh line either, but the kids who don't get tracked into these juvenile prisons grow up and grow out of delinquency. The ones who do face greatly increased odds of becoming adult criminals. In fact, not only, as you mentioned, is juvenile incarceration the greatest predictor of adult incarceration, that remains true when you control for everything under the sun, including the delinquent act. Even when you control for everything, being incarcerated doubles the chance that you will wind up an adult criminal and an adult prisoner.
What's the alternative?
You know, I would say start with the Hippocratic Oath, first do no harm. If we just stopped this intervention that is doubling the chances that kids will become adult criminals, we'd be more than halfway there. And then, you know, you talked about growing up in a resourced community. There's a concept people call justice reinvestment, which means you don't just stop the negative thing. You don't just shut the prisons and leave people to fend for themselves in the communities that have been decimated by over-incarceration. You take that money and put it back into not the community kind of vaguely envisioned, but the communities that we have drained over decades of children and of parents. And then I think it's a lot easier to come up with an answer because we really don't have the question at the level we do now.
And Carmen, you've worked inside our nation's prisons. Do you feel they're worth fixing? How can you fix them?
So I think our long-term goal is to shut down juvenile prisons or juvenile centers or whatever they're called. I volunteer inside facilities. I work with the lifers at Tracy Prison DVI in California to the youth inside the detention center in the South Bronx, Horizon. And but I've also worked as a probation officer within the system. And for me, I became a probation officer because I felt if somebody only believed in my brother, if somebody had given him a chance, he would have not been in the system for 38 years. And so I personally, because of the programs that I created outside of detention for young people, I went within the system to reform the system from within. So until we could get to a place where we don't need facilities and we could deal with the badass kids, because I personally don't feel there are badass kids. And I will say what one of my mentors says, James Bow, young people are locked up because they pissed off an adult. They pissed off their mother. I remember getting threatened by my mother, I'm gonna call the cops on you. Call the cops, right? They pissed off a teacher, the school to prison pipeline. We see that now. We have resource officers, quote unquote, police officers in our schools. We have them in black and brown schools. We do not have them in white schools. And I will say, we have counselors in white schools. We contact our parents in white schools, and in black and brown schools, we have what are called police officers. So we are training young people to normalize being stopped and frisked, going through a metal detector. And so we're normalizing a behavior that should not be normalized in our communities of color. And that's a direct link. So I feel, yes, I think we need to reform the system. I think we also need to hold the system accountable. And I think we need to stop incentivizing failing systems.
I was giving a statistic that surprised me. New York City now has more school police officers than social workers.
Right.
You know, if you look at the money too, I mean, in Illinois, it cost us $500 to detain a youth for one day. and they only spend $74 on educating children for one day. And the majority of them spend 20 days there. And we have 305 average every day in the system. So that actually comes out to be, somewhere in the neighborhood of $55 million.
And the thing about that is that the kids get the message very clearly when they see those officers that it's worth nothing to educate me, but it's worth a lot to society, the man, adults, to contain me. And kids, you think I'm a liar? All right, I'm going to lie to you. So it actually escalates the problem. And I was thinking as I listened to you, Carmen, that my answer was incomplete. Incarcerating kids, to me, doesn't work because it isolates them. And
can I add, and re-victimizes them.
And
re-traumatizes them.
Kids who have been profoundly traumatized. So the alternative, which was your question, to isolation is connection. And that's what you talked about when you talked about your brother. It's what every kid said when I asked them what would have made a difference. If I had had just somebody listening to me, talking to me, walking alongside me, that would have made a difference.
Sally, your work in Chicago and Inglewood is making a difference. We're going to show the audience a video. It's a portion of a music video that some of your young men put together. And on the backside, give us the backstory for that video now.
Living in Inglewood, every day's a homicide. Got bodies dropping and babies dying and mamas crying.
We see people shot out here over the littlest things, over perceived insults.
On a mission to get the money, it's about the grind. This is Chicago and everybody trying to shine.
They join gangs for unconditional love, respect, sense of belonging, and most importantly, a purpose. I decided to duplicate that model and using boxing as my platform versus drugs.
It's crazy to watch your best friend die. Tears falling from your eyes cause you couldn't say goodbye. Now you faced with the fact that you never see them again, and everything that you done told them is not going with the wind. I wanna live.
In here you're a boxer, in here we're all brothers. I always ask every young man I meet, what's your dream?
We gotta give it all that we can give. I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live.
A lot of them don't know.
That we can give. I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live. We gotta give it all.
I always just encourage them and say, there's greatness in you. I can tell that. You're a very special young man.
I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live.
The backstory to that.
Well, I was living on Morgan Street in Inglewood, and a few blocks away from me, somebody had gone to the Church's Chicken. He was after one person, and he had one of those, I call them the machete machine guns that, fire off a lot of rounds. Anyway, a lot of youth and children got hit. So I went home, and I just have always had blessed that God gave me, I feel, a lot of love for all children. So I was very disheartened, and I just kept thinking, it's just everybody just wants to live out here, the children, because a common phrase I'm told is, I hope I live to be 21 so I can go to a bar, but that's the reality for them. Anyway, one of the young men was on the street with a gun and had told me, I need you to go inside because we're going to start shooting. And so I, made comments to him like, I should go inside, you should go inside. But anyway, I went in. And they shot, but no one got hit. So I went back out there, and I knew he was highly creative, and I believed in him. So I said, I'll build you a music studio in my boxing club if you put down your gun and stop gangbanging. So I kept my word. I let him come in and build this studio. He took the verses, the poem, I should say, I wrote. They added to it. They made it into a video and a song. And about 6 months after he was working for me, because I gave him a job, he told me he had gotten rid of his gun. Now, he did say I didn't give it to the police, but I was like, I don't want to know. But he did, and to this day, he's one of my top leaders, and he is a creative genius, and they're heroes out there. I put them in charge, just like the gang does, and I think that's what we have to do. We have to give them the power, give them back power, and let them redeem each other. So
A friend of mine once told me that it is easier to raise a strong boy than it is to heal a broken man.
I agree with that.
That's what you all
I agree
do.
with that.
Sally Hazelgrove, Carmen Perez, Nell Bernstein-Lace, thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
We all have justice, so it shouldn't be no peace.
Hello, everyone. You can applaud, that's okay. It's always great to have Commissioner Bratton with us, but particularly today because it's a historic day for New York. Earlier this afternoon, Commissioner Bratton and Mayor de Blasio had an announcement about marijuana. What was it?
Well, very specifically, Jeffrey, we announced that starting next week, the New York City Police Department will no longer be arresting individuals that are found having in open view 25 grams or less of marijuana. That and instead will be, if they have identification, if they're not wanted on a warrant or not wanted on a probable cause witness card, interview card, that they will then be given a summons, which is we refer to it as a C summons, criminal court summons, but they would not be arrested at that time.
So they would not have a criminal record?
That's correct. The summons, the first offense is a $100 fine. The second subsequent offense is $250 fine. So it's referred to as a criminal summons, a C summons, but it is not, there's no fingerprints taken, no photographs, so there's not a record, if you will, of it.
Now I watched the news conference, and I was struck by something in particular. You made the announcement, but you didn't say why exactly. Why should marijuana at those quantities no longer be the reason for an arrest?
Well, I should point out that we will still make arrests for smoking or burning marijuana in public, that we would still make arrests for amounts of marijuana that more than 25 grams, because under state law, that's deemed to be a level of marijuana possession that amounts to potential for sale. So I would point out that the majority of the calls that we respond to 311 and 911 for marijuana are usually for smoking, hallways, corners, or for sale. So this will have impact on several thousand lives a year in terms of young men, principally young men and some young women, and significantly minority young men and minority young women who will have the opportunity to not end up with a criminal record for that minor possession, if you will, or possession of a minor amount of marijuana.
Is this a law enforcement priority or a civil rights priority? 86% of the individuals arrested for marijuana in this city are black or Hispanic. Mm-hmm. Is this an attempt to lift that veil of criminal record from them in particular, or is it a broader law enforcement agenda?
It actually has dual benefit. From my police management standpoint, it frees up resources that would be tied up for hours processing arrests, which are oftentimes not prosecuted by district attorneys, or even if they are, judges tend to not give a significant or meaningful penalty, if you will. So it saves me a lot of police officer time where officers can be out in the field focusing on other priorities. And it certainly saves these individuals the incarceration for 24 or 36 hours that an arrest would usually entail. It also has the definite benefit that clearly the communities in this city, particularly communities of color, have indicated that, like the earlier stop, question, and frisk controversy, this one continues to be an issue of concern. I would point out, however, that the 30,000 calls that I referenced approximately that we've received so far this year, that the vast, vast majority of those calls, almost to the exclusion of other neighborhoods of the city, come from minority majority neighborhoods, particularly around housing developments, particularly in distressed neighborhoods. So it's the communities of color who are effectively asking the police to come in and deal with that person smoking a joint, or that group smoking a joint in their hallway, or dealing or selling marijuana in their hallway. So we've got that balancing act where we must service that community for the concerns they have in their community. And it's quite clear that while there's great concern about unnecessary arrests, they certainly want something done about the smoking and the selling of marijuana in their neighborhoods.
You are very much associated with the crackdown on quality of life offenses, particularly during your first tenure as police commissioner. Turnstile jumping, squeegeeing. Do you think that emphasis has contributed to some of the tensions between the NYPD and the minority community, as well as the marijuana arrests?
Some of it probably has. That we clearly saw that the stop, question, and subsequent frisk that occurred at about 40% of the instances, particularly when it reached the 600,000-700,000 level, created great tension between the department and the communities, created great tension within the department between the unions and the leadership of the department. Unions even, like the community, saying that we're being pushed too much to do too many stops. Similarly, the challenge with quality of life policing, so-called broken windows policing, is to ensure that you're always doing it constitutionally, can't break the law to enforce it, that you're doing it consistently, meaning you don't do it differently in a rich neighborhood from a poor neighborhood, and that you're doing it compassionately. In other words, you're doing it in a way where it's not, hey, you, it's, sir, may I talk to you, ma'am, may I talk to you? And it is, I believe, an essential element of policing, successful policing. Because the whole idea of it is to stop behavior from getting out of control when it is minor misbehavior. The idea of stopping somebody for evading the fare, $2.50 theft of service, the idea is if they can get away with that, then the sense is that they may be able to get away with more significant types of crime. Much the same as all of us that are parents, that you correct your child's bad behavior because you don't want them to make that a habit. And similarly in policing, the challenge for us is what we are authorized under the law to do, what we are empowered under the law to do, is to control behavior. That's what police do. But to control behavior in such a way that we don't abuse our powers and correct behavior in a way that we make the situation worse.
What is the status of stop, question, and frisk at the moment? Obviously, it was the subject of a major lawsuit. Judge Shindlin found that there was substantial violations of rights. Mayor de Blasio came in and didn't exactly say he was going to stop it altogether, but where is it right now?
Well, in 2013, I think we were still doing about 170, 180,000 stops in 2013. That was down from a peak of about 700,000 2010, 2011. This year, as of today, we've done about 45,000. So we'll probably end the year with about 50,000. It'll be down about 75% from what it was last year. And 50,000 versus 700,000, you're going to have to do the math. I can't run those numbers in my head. But in any event, stop, question, and frisk is at a level that is probably appropriate for a city this size and the amount of crime and disorder we're experiencing. Because if you think of it, that as stop, question, and frisk has declined, unlike the predictions of some in government and some in media, that as stop, question, and frisk activity declined, that Armageddon was going to return to New York City, it hasn't. Every year that stop, question, and frisk went down, crime continued to go down. So this year, crime is down at almost another 4% overall crime. Homicides, we've had, as of this morning, 20 fewer homicides so far this year. So even as stop, question, and frisk has continued to decline, we've not seen the bad behavior return. that the behavior is being controlled to such an extent that it's not causing an increase in crime, the city continues to get safer.
In the last mayor's race, there were some candidates who said they were going to do away with it altogether. They would prohibit the cops from doing it. Is that a bad idea?
They wouldn't be able to do it. Basically, it's supported by the law that you cannot stop, question, and frisk. The Supreme Court basically has upheld its legality. It is the basic tool of police. It'd be like going to a doctor and asking a doctor to deal with your illness and not look at you, not touch you, not test you. Stop, question, and frisk is essential to policing, but it always has to be done appropriately. It has to be done within the law, and you can't break the law to enforce the law.
There was a study recently done here at John Jay which said that misdemeanor arrests were about 60,000 a year in New York City in the early 80s to about 250,000 today. Putting aside marijuana, which obviously there's going to be a change here, and the arrest rate was 1.2% for whites, 6.4% for blacks, 4.4% for Hispanics. Do you think we arrest too many people?
No. In some instances we may, but in general, if you break down those misdemeanor, and the major flaw in that John Jay study, it didn't come to any conclusions. Put a lot of information out there. It tried to compare New York City with other major cities in New York, but even other major cities like Buffalo, Rochester, are not New York City. They don't have 56 million tourists who increase our population every day. They don't have 3 million people coming into the city every day. It's an apples and oranges comparison. A good effort to try to identify or begin the discussion of why are there so many misdemeanor arrests in New York City. One reason is a lot of them are mandated by law. There are 4 drivers of misdemeanor arrests in our city. Marijuana arrests are one of them, but they're in precipitous decline from what they were.
Even before the change in policy?
Even before we changed the policy that this year so far we've done about 30-some-odd thousand. Last year was about, they're down about 3% from last year, but when you go back 4 or 5 years ago, they were much, much higher. But we have domestic violence incidents that are a significant driver of misdemeanor arrests. There's not a person in this audience, particularly women, who would not want the person that's beating the hell out of them to be arrested. There was a change in the law a few years ago that requires the recording of a choking to be a misdemeanor offense, that it was not documented as such. So that's a driver of increased numbers of misdemeanor arrests in the city. We have very aggressive traffic enforcement where we go after drunk drivers, so that a significant part of those misdemeanor arrests are in fact mandated by law in our addressing critical conditions in this city at this particular time.
You are considered an architect of one of the most extraordinary crime declines in really ever in American history. In I believe 1989, there were 2,200 murders in New York City, and last year there were 333, down 85%. You say it's going to go down. It's headed down.
It's going down again this year. Mm-hmm.
Why? What happened? Why did crime go down so much?
Principally because of the cops, to be quite frank with you.
Please elaborate.
In terms of, you can laugh out there, but you have your opinion, I have mine. I came to the city in 1990, and the place was a mess, an absolute mess. 700,000 reported crimes, population declining, ridership in the subways declining. Since so many people are new to this city, they don't remember what this place looked like in 1990. We began to change it in the subway. Then in the mid-90s, Dave Dinkins hired 7,000 more police. So we had 41,000 police during that time. And we began to control behavior by changing behavior. We began to change behavior by controlling it. You could not evade the fear in the subway that we had more cops to investigate crime that was occurring. This city today is the safest large city in America, and certainly one of the largest, safest cities in the world. A survey just Reuters put out last week indicated in the 15 largest cities in the world with subway systems, women rank this system as the safest in the 15 that were polled. That didn't just happen. Cops were very assertive. One of the side effects that's been discussed significantly at this conference were too many people put in jail. I happen to believe that is the case. So many minor drug offenders went off to jail nonviolent. Clearly, the Rockefeller laws that were put in effect in the 80s to deal with the crack cocaine epidemic had epidemic catastrophic problems that we still feel to this day. But a lot of people who needed to go to jail went to jail. And so in terms, when I talk about the police having been the significant fulcrum, if you will, or the lever to help to save the city, coupled with political leadership, that mayors who believe that something could be done about crime, coupled with community groups that said we've had enough and we need to work with the police, we need to work in our own communities to take them back from the people who are preying on us.
Elaborate a little about what else the cops did, because I just think this is such a significant event in American history, this decline in crime. So you say arrests for minor offenses, turnstile jumping, what else?
Let me speak to it in terms of what also happened in the 1990s was community policing. In the 70s and 80s, we embraced a model policing that the government, political leaders, the pundits in the press, many sociologists, criminologists said that crime was beyond the ability of the police to control or prevent. Crime was caused by racism, poverty, economy, demographics, the super predators that were talked about earlier. We had it all wrong in the 70s and 80s. Crime is caused quite simply by one thing: criminals. People who break the law intentionally or a moment of passion or under the influence. And that's where police exist to control that behavior. We're constitutionally charged with doing it. So in the 1990s, we returned, and I was one of the leaders who believed that you could do something about crime, that we should focus our energies on prevention rather than measuring our success on how many people we arrest, how quick we get to the scene of a crime after the fact. So that was key. Community policing was about partnership. Police saying, we cannot do it alone if we're going to take back these cities like New York. We need to work with community groups. We need to work with political leadership. There need to be more of us. And Bill Clinton put through the crime bill for 100,000 more cops. This city got 7,000 more. The second component of it was problem solving. What was creating fear, disorder, and crime in each neighborhood? And each neighborhood was different. It's like a doctor. He sees 10 patients. Each patient might have the flu, but they've got different symptoms, and he gives them different amounts of medicine, if you will. Medicine in this city would be more cops working more closely with the community and working on the problems of that community. The problems of Lower Manhattan might be very different than the problems in Brownsville or the problems up in the Bronx. And what was the key component of community policing? The focus on prevention, that we can, and what's this conference about? How do we find different ways to address the problem of still too many people needlessly going to jail, the problem of still too much violence? We can do that by focusing on the belief that we can prevent crime. That's what police were created to do, but we cannot do it alone. And so I think I've had a very successful police career in many cities. I have never had a year where crime did not go down during my time as a police chief or police commissioner. Why? It's because I believe that we could do something about crime. Why? Because I believe in community policing, that it's not just about the cops, it's about building relationships, it's about building trust, and it's about the idea of being in this together.
Let me play the devil's advocate, especially given what we heard earlier today, or so much of today, about over-incarceration. Is one reason crime down is that, yes, we did lock up a lot of people, but that helped reduce crime in the rest of the community?
Being quite frank with you, there are a lot of people in jail who need to be in jail. That's just the reality, that there are people in our society for a variety of reasons who have basically crossed a line. Some of them are never going to come back after having crossed that line. I had an incident earlier today, just before I got here, 2 incidents actually, in one of our precincts that an individual shot 2 people to death in an elevator. Revenge killing, shot both of them in the head. That person's been arrested. That person needs to go away for the rest of their life. I'm sorry that you're going to bring that person back into society after he walked into an elevator, put a gun 6 inches away from one gentleman's head, shot him dead, and then did the same thing to the gentleman standing beside him. A little later this afternoon, I had a burglar, a career burglar, terrorizing a home, a woman up alone by herself on the 2nd floor. 2 police officers arrive, they go into the house. He assaults one of the officers with a crowbar, hits him on the front of the head. Fortunately, it did not enough force that he didn't fracture the officer's skull. That individual was shot by the police. There's an individual that is a career criminal that is going to have to get taken off the streets. But so many of the people we've talked about today are people for which there is an opportunity to rehabilitate. But I'm much more focused on keeping them out of there in the first place. And that's the strength of a lot of the work we did in Los Angeles, working with gangbangers to get them out of the life and then to keep their kids from getting into the life. You had a young woman earlier on the stage talked about 6 generations of her family were gangbangers. Well, she's breaking that cycle. That's what we need to work on, breaking the cycle.
In the few seconds we have left, what's the one thing that you haven't had a chance to do that you want to do next as police commissioner?
Well, certainly as police commissioner that we're going to do it, that myself and Mayor de Blasio are going to really keep the city getting safer, but doing it in a way in which we build up trust from the various communities that need us the most, and do it in a way that we build up trust and effectively don't create more mistrust.
Please join me in thanking Commissioner Bill Bratton.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here with you. All the best, Jeffrey.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michelle Miller. Glad to be here. Over the course of this summit, we've heard all the grim statistics. We've heard what happens to young African American men, what their prospects are, and the statistics are pretty daunting. 49% of African American males arrested before their 23rd birthday. 1 in 3 African American males between the ages of 18 and 24 unemployed. They make up 1 million of the 2.3 million incarcerated. What does that mean? What results does that yield? Devastated families, broken homes, the casualties of untapped potential. How do we change that course? I'm going to tell you. Well, I won't tell you. These young men are going to tell you because they are beginning to help break the cycle. We're joined today by 3 men who are leading the charge in deploying groundbreaking strategies to chart a different course for Black men in America. Mayor Mitch Landrieu was reelected this year to a 2nd term in New Orleans, determined to bring down a murder rate that had gone out of control. He launched NOLA for Life, a comprehensive approach to fighting crime. Brian Stevenson, founder and executive director of the Equal Justice Initiative. Love some Brian here. He advocates for the poor and the underrepresented. And David Kennedy, everyone, is the director of the Center for Crime Prevention and Control right here at John Jay College and is heading up the newly established National Initiative for Community Building and Trust. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. So we're going to start with you, Mayor Mitch, and we're going to talk about the fact that New Orleans is the murder rate capital of this nation. We're going to talk about the fact that Louisiana has the highest incarceration rate of any state in this country. You've inherited these monikers, and we're determined to change things in that town. How do you chip away at the reputation of this city, this state?
Well, reputation is going to follow what actually is. And I think the first thing to note is that if in America you want to believe that if you can get everybody to look at something and it doesn't look right, that we'll work hard to change it. And it was clear to me when I became the mayor of the city that although crime was a problem and continues to be in New Orleans and all over America, and by the way, everything I talk about is the same thing all over our country. It's in every community. One thing that was happening in New Orleans that I couldn't understand, and quite frankly, I'm not sure I understand it today, was the number of people being murdered every day. So my BlackBerry would, now my iPhone, my kids would be happy about that, would start buzzing and say, Mayor, last night, we're sorry to inform you that at 2:30, shots rang out. We arrived at the scene. We saw a young African-American man, or 2 or 3, lying on the ground with bullet holes in the back of the heads. They're dead. There are no witnesses. And this relentless drumbeat of death would happen every day, every day, every day. And I said, this is unreasonable. This is unnatural. What in the world is going on? And then I read David's book. And David, in my opinion, understands this as well as anybody else in the country. But the facts are fairly stark, and I'll take you through them. Since 1980, in this country, 628,000 American citizens have been killed on the streets of America. 628,000. That's more American citizens that were killed in every war of the 20th century. That's a lot of people. And in New Orleans, the relentless drumbeat of death was continual. And it turns out that when you ran the numbers and looked at where they were, you found out that this was happening in 4 or 5 neighborhoods. And what you found out with the young men were between 16 and 25, 16 and 30. And here's the worst part, 88% of them knew each other. Now that meant to me that that was a very targeted problem. And so when somebody asked me as the mayor, which they typically do, is your city safe? You're gonna have the Super Bowl, is your city safe? The real answer is, well, it depends on who you are.
So did you give David a call?
Yeah, I called him right away. I did, I called him right away. As soon as I read his book, it was clear to me that David had lived many, many years of what I was beginning to experience as mayor of the city of New Orleans. And I said, please come help me formulate a response. And he did come down, and he's been a great asset. And we have created a program that we call NOLA for Life, which is really our way of saying, we're gonna look at this from the front, the back, the middle. We are gonna focus on it. The essential component is that the lives of young African-American men are important, and that there is hope, and that they can be turned around, and that you can find a way to make it better for them and for the community. If you can't adopt that, you can't do the program. If you believe that, you can make it work, and it's gonna be hard, the mountain's high, but we can get it done.
Let's get David in on this. Operation Ceasefire, part of this amazing program that he's talking about. How does it work?
So here's how it works, and we're the good news panel.
Yes, we are. This is, they're changing things. This is optimism at its best.
I've been here all day, and I'm really depressed. So we've got, I love this. We've got 23 minutes and 39 seconds.
So get on with it.
So before I encourage you, let me make you even more depressed, which is in New Orleans and everywhere else. So the national homicide rate now is down to about 4 per 100,000. It's an historic low. It's been falling since 1992. We all know that, right? During much of the last decade, the homicide rate for black men has been going up. The FBI statistics don't tell you that because you have to go looking, but it's true. And in New Orleans and in every other city with this issue, we can find those tightly woven networks in the hardest hit communities, and their homicide rate among, and they are mostly young black men, routinely reaches as high as 3,000 per 100,000. So divide 4 into that and you get the multiplier. So these are the neighborhoods where you get street shrines to the dead on the city corners. We now really know what to do about this. It's not perfect, nobody knows how to cure it, but because it is so few people, right? So many of the excesses that we've been hearing about today have been because we on the outside have been treating entire neighborhoods and really entire peoples as though they are dangerous. Troubled neighborhoods, birth cohorts, young black men exposed to risk factors, and in fact, that is not the way it works. In the most dangerous neighborhoods, it turns out to be about 5% of the, and you're exactly right, about 18 to 26-year-old males who are even at high risk for either violent offending or victimization. And of that 5%, it's only about 1% that really drive things. So it's down to 1% of the young men in the most dangerous places Most of them don't even like what's going on. They're caught up in all kinds of street dynamics. But this is to say that in the most dangerous places, even 99% of the young men don't like this. They're not active, they're not doing it. And we can change legislation, we can change sentencing, we can change all sorts of things, but we can also just change frontline practice. And if we focus on those young men and we don't lay hands on everybody else in the neighborhoods, we have a bigger effect on the problem and we don't lock everybody else up.
When you say focus in on them, what do you mean by that?
So, my mother says I learned all of this from her. And actually, this is so common sense at the end of the day. They are readily identifiable. None of those, this is not undercover secret agent work. They're flagrant, they're out there. The frontline cops know who they are, the community knows who they are. So, you can identify them, you can sit them down face to face, which they've been doing in New Orleans now for about going on 2 years. You can say to them, we know who you are, we know what you're doing. You are the highest risk people in this city for both getting killed and going to prison. We have organized this entire effort to keep you alive and out of prison. We are serious about this. We are sick of the way this has been going on. Your community needs you to understand that it rejects the violence. It may have been so angry at the police that it hasn't been too outspoken about this, but you need to understand nobody approves of what you're doing. We love you and cherish you and need you alive and out of lockup, and we're going to do everything we can to help you with that.
What is their reaction?
And we respect you enough as men to tell you ahead of time, we are putting you on notice of the legal consequences that will follow if you don't stop. And in 2 years, the homicide rate citywide in New Orleans has come down over 20%.
Yeah, it's the lowest that it's been in 30 years. But it's still way too high.
It's still way too high.
But it is really objective evidence that if you tell them that we love you and respect you, but this is what's going to happen. The next one of you that commits a crime, everybody in the world is going to come down on you and stop you because we can't let you shoot each other, anybody else. But if you don't, we'll put you in the front of the line for anything that you need, a job, mental health services, substance abuse, whatever. You got to be able to follow up on both of them so that they understand that the respect that you're giving to them is something that they mean, and consequences have actions. Good decisions equal good consequences, bad decisions equal bad consequences, but you have to be able to deliver, and it helps. But I would just say we have a long way to go.
It sounds like that old African proverb, it takes a village to raise a man. I mean, in essence, when you really think about it, down to the respect, accountability. Brian, let's talk about the Equal Justice Initiative in Alabama. What's happening there?
Well, we're a private nonprofit organization that provides mostly legal services to people, but we've watched the prison population just go through the roof. We've watched millions of people be placed on probation and parole. We've seen, over 60 million people be arrested. But more than that, I've seen great despair and hopelessness emerge in communities. And so what we're trying to do is just change the narrative, and that's a lot of the success of these interventions in communities like New Orleans and other cities. When you have a mayor that says, I want to value the lives of young African American men, I care about the young Black and brown boys in my city, and I want to make sure we do everything we can to keep them safe. When you have interventions that are rooted in a commitment to their well-being, you're shifting this narrative, because the narrative that has emerged in American politics, which you've been hearing about all day today, is a narrative steeped in the politics of fear and anger. For 40 years, people have been competing with each other on who can be the toughest on crime. And you don't find many elected officials who will use the word rehabilitation or recovery or restoration. They certainly are not going to use the word love and outreach in these communities where there is so much despair. And that has created a crisis. And so what we're trying to do is to change that narrative. I want to start saying that when you are bipolar or depressed and poor and can't get treatment for your depression and you start using drugs, that doesn't make you a criminal. That makes you somebody with a disability who is poor. I want to say when you're a young mother and you want your children to eat and you don't want them to go hungry, and you start writing bad checks or even steal something, it doesn't make you a criminal. It makes you a bad mother with poor options, and you make bad decisions. When we change those narratives, we want different solutions. Children, this country has done something horrible to children, and it's been internalized. In the 1980s, we started talking about children as not kids. We said that some kids they look like kids, they talk like kids, but they're not kids. We came up with these words, and we labeled them super predators. Criminologists did that, and states reacted to that. And every state lowered the minimum age for trying a child as an adult. Now we've got 250,000 people in prison serving these long sentences. We've been saying all children are children. And we went to the United States Supreme Court with a narrative that changed, and now the court is starting to ban these excessive sentences. It's the beginning, and there's a lot more work to be done. But I think we have to change these narratives. We've got people in these communities that are suffering from trauma and victimization, and we're not dealing with them as victims. You know, we think that there's a place for offenders and a place for victims. If you want to go where the most victimized people in American society are, go to a jail or prison. That's where you're going to find the highest rates of drug addiction and abuse. That's where you're going to find the highest rates of disability. That's where you're going to find the highest rates of people being abused and neglected. And instead of helping, we're looking for new ways to victimize them more. That has to change. And the kind of interventions that are succeeding are interventions that are rooted in recognizing that.
I find it interesting, David, you started... And you know how you jump in anyway, but I wanted to ask David this, because he didn't start his career off as a criminologist. You were moved by a moment in a neighborhood not far from where I grew up, in a place called Nickerson Gardens in Los Angeles. And what changed for you? What sent you on this path?
What made me a failed journalist? That's what happened. I saw things that middle-class white boys don't usually see, unless they're going into those places to buy dope, which thankfully I was not doing. I was doing field work with LAPD officers, and nobody really knows where crack started, but we kind of think it started in Compton, and Nickerson Gardens. It's directly across the city line from Compton. It was ground zero in the crack epidemic, and it was the single most frightening place I had ever seen in my life. Not including adding to it the fear I was feeling, but just the people who actually lived there. The cops were afraid, the drug boys were afraid, their grandmothers were afraid, they couldn't come out of their houses. It was the first place I ever saw buildings where you could see the pockmarks where they'd taken gunshot rounds. And I had this absolutely unsophisticated, non-intellectual, visceral response, which was simply to look at this community in my country and think, nobody should have to live like this. And nobody should have to live like this. At that point, in 1985, there were probably about 400,000 people in prison in this country. And as we've spent the day, we've got another 1.9 now, roughly, and nobody should have to live like that either, right? Both of these sides are wrong. And then when you get into Mitch's neighborhoods and all these other neighborhoods, locking everybody up, putting hands on everybody, treating everybody with disrespect, has even further alienated neighborhoods that weren't that happy with the rest of us already. We have created this crisis of alienation and legitimacy, and nobody should have to live with that. That's true.
Very interesting. You had a very different experience in Atlanta, Georgia, as a young lawyer. We've heard of DWB, but yours was like not driving while black, but sitting in a car while black. Tell us about that and how that impacted what you do today.
Sure. Well, I do think one of the great challenges we have is that black and brown people in this country are born with a presumption of guilt. That is the way they have to operate, because everywhere they go, there is this dangerousness that gets assigned to them, and that presumption of guilt creates all of these challenges, and that's why there is so much frustration when we militarize the police department, when people are not respectful. And it doesn't matter. I went to Harvard Law School, I did all these things, but when I was a young lawyer, I was just working on police misconduct cases. I came home one night and I had an old car, a Honda Civic, that was a fine car. I don't have anything against Honda Civics, but it was 1988 or something, and I was driving a 1967 Honda Civic or something like that.
I had an 87 Chevy Celebrity Hoopty, former police car, yet I understand.
I appreciate it. And in my car, the radio didn't work. So, that was my great frustration. Unless you ran into a fire hydrant, the radio wouldn't work. And one night I came out around midnight. I'd been working all day. Turned my car on, and magically, the radio came on.
Wow.
And not only did the radio come on, but they were playing songs by one of my favorite groups as a kid growing up. It's probably too old for this crowd, but I used to listen to Sly and the Family Stone every night. This is my kind of group. And they were playing all of the Sly songs. They were playing Dance and Hot Fun in the Summertime, Everybody is a Star, and I was just enjoying it. Got home to my new place in Atlanta and decided to sit there and listen to these Sly songs. A stand came on, and I was sitting in an Atlanta SWAT police car drove up, stopped about 20 feet from where I was parked, and I saw this cop get out. He was dressed in black. Those days, they wore black boots, black pants, black shirt. And so I'm going to go let him know that this is where I live. I was looking around looking for the crime, couldn't find anything. Opened the door, and as soon as I stood up, this officer pulled his weapon 15 feet away from me, and he said, "Move, and I'll blow your head off." And I put my hands up, and I said, "It's all right, it's okay." And he said, "Move, and I'll blow your head." His hands were shaking, and I thought he was going to kill me. And I put my hands up. Officer came out back. The other officer threw me on the back of the car. Completely illegal search of the vehicle. Neighbors were gathering, asking the police to ask questions about me. Ask him if he took my vacuum. Ask him if he took my cat. Completely humiliating. And I'm standing there watching this illegal search. They wouldn't let me get my wallet out of my pocket. At the end of the night, they realized I hadn't done anything, but they wouldn't apologize. What the officer said to me is, "We'll get you next time." And the thing that bothered me the most about that, I decided to file a complaint without revealing that I was a lawyer. So I wrote a 9-page, typed, single-space complaint. I think there were like 15 cases cited or something. But I didn't say I was a lawyer. And I never got any response from the police department acknowledging wrongdoing. But the burden for me was not just what happened to me. I remembered thinking that if that same thing had happened to me when I was 20 or 24 or 16 or 18, I would have run. That's what I would have done. And it wouldn't have been an irrational thing to do. And so I was burdened with the anxiety of, do the young kids of color know not to run? So I was running all over Atlanta, grabbing kids, trying to make sure they understood how to say it's all right, it's okay. And no one should have to live with that burden. But these presumptions of guilt have developed because we haven't actually talked about the legacy of racial inequality, the way it's shaped our thinking. And that's why one of our solutions, is to really start talking more honestly about that history, about the history of slavery, about the history of terrorism, about the history of segregation. We're celebrating. It is a challenge for us because we like to celebrate civil rights, but we don't like to talk about all the damage that was done by humiliating African Americans every day of their lives. We damage them, and that damage is going to express itself. And so we've got to challenge these presumptions of guilt and dangerousness by talking honestly about what the legacy of racial inequality has done.
In essence, what you're talking about is varying forms of police brutality. And moving on to Mitch now, in a city that you govern that has a notorious history with police brutality, police misconduct, strained relationships with the community. Before Hurricane Katrina, certainly after the Danziger Bridge, the overturning of that case. How have you worked to restore relations and relationships?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, that's really sad, what happened to you. That hurts my heart. And he made a couple of comments that I want to put an exclamation point on. First of all, I love our country. I think we're a great country, and we do a lot of great things well, but we do a couple of things poorly. And one of the things we do really poorly is talk about race. We don't really do it at all, actually. We yell at each other. And as I like to say about race, you can't go over it, you can't go under it, you can't go around it, you got to go through it. And until we learn in this country to have a constructive discussion of it, and one of them is not ignoring history, by the way, that's not constructive, then we're going to have a really hard time. That's the first thing. The second thing I would say is this, is that every country, the greatest strength that every country has is each of us individually, right? And making sure that the capital that we possess in our bodies, we have the ability to realize all the gifts that have been given to us, and then we become indivisible. And if we waste or we throw away or we don't think a certain group of people in America is valuable, we're going to be less strong as a country. And so one of the things that it occurred to me, and I heard it on the earlier panel, one of the parents who was talking about one of their children that was incarcerated and had some really difficult mental challenges, talked about his son thinking that one of his acts was rational. I remember listening to these stories of these kids shooting each other, and I had a couple of press conferences, and I said, this is irrational. This doesn't make any sense that you would walk up to somebody that you know and shoot them in the head because they just disrespected you the day before. It's not in my wheelhouse. And it turns out after I talked to these kids that it was perfectly rational to them, because they said, in my world, if you don't shoot, you're going to get shot. And the fact, we have to admit that we have created an environment in which our young children, who could just as soon be my sons, think that the way to solve a problem is to shoot each other in the head. Now, there's something that we're doing that's wrong. If that current set of circumstances, and we can argue all day long about whether it's personal responsibility or institutional bias or history, and it could be all of the above. I would like to say this, that African American men are really important, and they're really valuable. And unless this country makes that clear statement, it's going to be hard for us to get to where we need to be, because one of the things that we are good at is being tough, but we're not really great at being smart on crime. And so in juvenile justice, where you spent most of your time, we're finding out that we're arresting too many of the wrong people and not enough of the right people. And this buckshot scattershot is making us spend a fortune, which is why you had Grover Norquist on the stage today, where conservatives in America are beginning to say, wait, this doesn't even make any financial sense anymore, right? So at the end of the day, we have to have safe and secure streets, and we have to have a way to secure people that are going to hurt each other and ourselves. But we don't have to put everybody in jail because they don't fall into the categories that make any sense. And in New Orleans, that gets you to the issue of what an individual's relationship is with the government and with the society, and their most immediate reaction is with the police department. And so we're under federal consent decree. We have been working really, really hard to retrain, resupervise, make sure that every one of the police officers knows what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to do it. In the NOLA for Life program that we have a multi-agency gang unit that gets after the guys that are shooting each other with AK-47 and guns in the head, but we're also calling them in and saying, if you stop, we're going to give you a pathway to a better place, and then making sure it happens. We now have a job training program. This will make you weep. 52% of the African-American men in the city of New Orleans are not working. That's not sustainable. And guess what? We're not the only place in America where that's happened. So job training programs, right, where you identify a job and a human being, then you have to have the thing that connects them together. And then, as you said, you have to nurture them into a place where they could go. On the panel before, the guy talked about the kid that he got a scholarship for, and he never showed up. He needed somebody to bring him there. He needed somebody to follow him. He needed to be treated like a parent would treat a child, and love and nurture him into a productive place. That's the kind of knitting that we have to do. But here's the thing, it works. If you do it, it's an amazing thing that you will take an individual that you think has gone in the wrong direction and form them correctly, and they will do magnificent things.
Yeah. So we know what you're doing. We know what these gentlemen are doing. I'd like to know what you all think the rest of us should do. What as individuals can we do collectively and as individuals to be a part of this change?
Well, I'll start with it. I think we should demand from our political leaders that we reduce the prison population in this country by 50% in the next 6 years. I think that if we don't do that, people will be talking about reform for the next 2 or 3 years, and we won't have any real way of measuring whether we're actually achieving the reform that we see. We've got 1 million people in jails and prisons that are not a threat to public safety, that can do well on the outside, that will not increase violence, and we've just got to create the political will to do it. Crime policy is local, so we need people to go to their various communities and just say, I'm comfortable saying we can do this, but I think if we don't start articulating real goals, stop treating drug offenders as criminals, let's eliminate mandatory sentencing. It doesn't serve anybody's interests to not be able to look at someone's disability or profile or context. But I'd like to articulate this 50% goal and just see how close we get. Mm-hmm. If we don't, we'll have a prison population of 2.2 million in 5 years, and we'll be celebrating when we shouldn't be. We should still be mourning. We've got the highest rate of incarceration in the world, and we're not ashamed. We've got to create some shame in the American consciousness about what we have done in mass incarceration.
And I don't want to run out of time before we hit on Ferguson, and I'm going to start with you, David. We talk about the importance of rebuilding communities, rebuilding that trust, and certainly the trust with law enforcement. But as we await the findings of this grand jury on whether or not they're going to indict Darren Wilson, the police officer who shot and killed Michael Brown, We all know that. Do we all know that that community is teetering on the edge and people are talking about other communities waiting to hear what will happen? How do we begin to explain to America whether or not he is, well, if he is not indicted, how do we explain to African Americans what happened? This young man is dead. This young man is dead. An unarmed African American man is dead.
So there is nothing that happened in Ferguson except the public reaction afterward that hasn't happened over and over and over and over again across the country. The only thing that's different about it is that it has somehow become Ferguson, right? I'm out there all the time, and there is the only thing I'm hearing in every city is people in law enforcement and people in communities saying, I am scared to death. This could be us tomorrow. It could be us this afternoon. Everybody feels this simmering or worse. And if we had not just heard this story about sitting in your car and getting proned out, and all those stories piled on top of one another, and everything we've heard today about these neighborhoods getting locked up intergenerationally, and on and on and on and on. If those things were not happening, then these killings would be awful. They would perhaps be illegal. We'll see what the system says about that. But they would not be what they are seen to be, which is yet another deliberate moment in centuries of deliberate oppression of a people under color of law, right? That's what turns the incident into the riot. And the only way out of that I see is first we need to stop locking everybody up, and fortunately there is a movement there. But even more importantly, it's what both these gentlemen just said. We have to face facts, we have to face history, we have to go to angry communities and say, and it has to come from the authorities, right? And say, you are right to be angry, we get it, we have done wrong historically, we have done wrong over the last 40 years. We didn't mean to do you damage. Nobody wearing this uniform today is a racist working with the Klan, but people wearing this uniform did, and we're gonna own that, we're gonna say we are sorry, and we are determined to do different.
And on that, we will have to end this panel, breaking the silence. David Kennedy, Brian Stevenson, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my great panel. What an extraordinary panel and what an extraordinary day. Thank you, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, David Kennedy, and of course the great writer, our wonderful, incredible author of this great book, which if you haven't read Just Mercy, it's really remarkable. It's Brian Stevenson's book is on the bestseller list, and it's I could not put it down. I want to thank everybody here today because we've had an extraordinarily powerful and moving afternoon. We've heard a lot about damage, but we've also heard a great deal about redemption and the things that cause redemption, which are the interest one individual can take in one person's life and how that one piece of interest, that human contact, that connection, that outreach can truly change forever the trajectory of a life. We've heard it from so often today. It was remarkable. It was like a refrain, that outreach, that one person who could make that difference. And we heard so much about education, and we heard so much about parenting. Those were the two things that came back again and again for what actually could save and redeem a life and a community. So I want to thank tremendously today all the speakers who were on our stage, but I think for all of us, I think we were all most moved perhaps, and would like to thank the most, the authentic shared voices of the formerly incarcerated people on our stage, Tyrone, Glenn, Dorsey, Johnny, and Piper. They came here today bringing their stories of their past, speaking so candidly and so with such real, heartfelt desire to share what they had been through and to say how they were now turning the lives of others around. I really want to thank them tremendously. And I want to thank, of course, the people and organizations that came together to help us do this afternoon's programming. Thank you to our co-presenter, John Jay College of Criminal Justice, our sponsors, Credit Suisse. Again, how fantastic that a Swiss bank got behind this program today. Give a hand, Credit Suisse. And most of all to Pamela Thomas Graham, who took the bold decision to do it. The Ford Foundation. And we're going to hear it later from Darren Walker in just a minute, because he wasn't here earlier, and I do want him to have some closing words, because the Ford Foundation is so committed, so dedicated to doing work of the kind you've seen on this stage. Thank you to the Investigation Discovery Network and our partners, the Marshall Project, the Just Leadership USA organization, and Vice News, who live streamed the event today. Thanks to everybody watching us at Vice's live feed. It's been very, very good to have you with us. And thank you to Hill Harper, who, in addition to being on CSI, is the author of the book Letters to an Incarcerated Brother. He came all the way, got on a plane from LA when we called him Thursday to do the opening of the program today. Thank you also to our top-notch moderators who gave up their time to be here today. I thought the moderation was so great, so crisp, and so smart. Thank you to my distinguished co-hosts, to Neil Barsky, to Harry Belafonte, Piper Kerman, Brian Stevenson, Pamela Thomas Graham, Jeffrey Toobin, Jeremy Travis, and Darren Walker. And before we end today, I thought it would be, we all thought it would be a great idea to ask two of our distinguished co-hosts to leave us all with a thought and a message before we go home tonight. And therefore, I'm going to turn it over to Brian Stevenson now and to Darren Walker to give you some thoughts about what we should think about when we leave the first American Justice Summit. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I just want to thank all the people who are involved in this. This is a remarkable afternoon of education and information, and I just have 4 thoughts I want to leave you with. I hope that all of you will leave this place and find a way, number one, to get closer to this problem. If you're not in relationship to someone who is incarcerated or formerly incarcerated, if you're not in relationship with an organization providing services to the formerly incarcerated, if you're not doing something that requires that you get closer to people in jails and prisons and the way our criminal justice system functions, I urge you to get proximate, because your understanding of these issues will deepen and they will mean something more than they do right now. So we make mistakes when we try to make decisions and form opinions from a distance. Proximity is essential, I think, to creating more justice. The second thing I'm going to urge you to do is to keep thinking about how we change the narrative in this country about human worth and human dignity. I talk to 13 and 14-year-old children sometime, and when I have honest conversations with these kids, they tell me that they don't expect to be free or alive by the time they're 21. They're living in neighborhoods where they see everybody effectively dying from gang warfare or going to prison, and that narrative has to change. The reason why I'm pushing so hard this 50% objective is because we've got to change the narrative in this country. We've got 5% of the world's population, 25% of the world's in prison, and that's a bad thing. And we've got to recognize that that's a bad thing. And the way we change narratives will create new opportunities. Thirdly, I'm going to urge you to please, please, please stay hopeful. Hopelessness is the enemy of justice. I'm persuaded. Injustice prevails where hopelessness persists. We got into this mess because we became hopeless about what we could do. And we started throwing people away. We got hopeless about drug addiction. We got hopeless about judges and sentencing. We got hopeless about the poor in neighborhoods that were being compromised by all of this violence and despair. And that hopelessness created a hopeless system of justice. And it starts with individuals. I tell my students this, I tell you this. You've got to find a way to be hopeful about what you can do. Nothing is a bigger problem than a hopeless judge, a hopeless social worker, a hopeless teacher, a hopeless advocate, a hopeless journalist functioning in this system. We need your hope, and not the pie in the sky stuff, right? Hobble says the kind of hope you need to create justice is an orientation of the spirit, a willingness to position yourself in a hopeless place and sometimes be a witness. Fourth and finally, I hope you will choose to do something uncomfortable to advance justice. We cannot advance justice by simply choosing to do comfortable and convenient things. The civil rights movement, which created my opportunity. I grew up in a poor community where black children couldn't go to the public schools. I started my education in a colored school. And the lawyers came into our community and they got proximate and they changed the narrative of education. And because of their willingness to do something uncomfortable, I'm standing on this stage tonight. And doing uncomfortable things, unfortunately, is what we have to do. But I want to end by telling you that there is a legacy connected to that. I went to a church not too long ago and I was giving a talk, this several years ago, and there was an older man in a wheelchair sitting in the back of the church while I was giving this talk, and he was looking at me with this very harsh expression the whole time I was talking. I thought he was sort of mad. When I finished the talk, all the kids came up and I shook their hands and everybody was nice, but the man kept staring at me in the back. And finally, he had a little boy with him, and he asked this little boy to wheel him up to me. And the man came wheeling up to me, and he had this very stern look on his face, and when he got up to me, he said, "Do you know what you're doing?" And I stood back because I didn't know what he was asking me. And then he said it again. He said, "Do you know what you're doing?" And I started mumbling something. I don't even know what I said. And then he says, "I'm going to tell you what you're doing." He says, "You're beating the drum for justice." And it moved me. I stood back. He says, "You're beating the drum for justice." And then he says, "You keep beating the drum for justice. Never will forget it." Then he said, "Come here, come here, come here." And he pulled me into his wheelchair by my suit jacket. He said, "I'm going to show you something." And he turned his head and he said, "You see this scar I have behind my right ear?" He said, "I got that scar in Greene County, Alabama, trying to register people to vote in 1963. He said, "You see this cut I had back here?" He said, "I got that cut during Freedom Summer in Mississippi." He turned his head. You see this spot on my head?" He said, "That's a bruise I got during the Children's Crusade in Birmingham, Alabama." And then he looked at me and he said, "People think I'm an old man in a wheelchair covered with cuts and bruises and scars." And then he said, "But I'm going to tell you something." He said, "These aren't my cuts. These aren't my bruises. These aren't my scars." He said, "These are my medals of honor." And I will tell you something. We have millions of formerly incarcerated people in this country who have been bruised and scarred and cut. But we can make those injuries reflect something honorable about a country that cares about the least of them, that cares about its poor, that cares about the disfavored, cares about people who have been marginalized. And when we do that, we not only honor them and their hopes and aspirations, we honor ourselves. And that's the uncomfortable thing I hope you will do, that you will push yourself, even bruise and cut yourself a little bit, to advance and stand up for the rights of those who have been so disfavored. Justice comes when people sometimes stand when everybody else is sitting, when people speak when other people are quiet. And I urge you to do that with all of this information that's now not only in your head, but hopefully in your heart. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, good evening. Good evening. I want to thank Tina Brown for her great vision, Jeremy Travis for your leadership. But our brother Brian reminds us, at the end of the day, the great fear, the great insidious perniciousness of inequality and of racism remains with us today. Why is it that the very idea of justice is so contested? I had a colleague at another foundation say to me recently, "You know, Darren, you should be careful talking about inequality and social justice the way you do, because that's just not the way we approach things. Let's talk about opportunity. Let's talk about words that are less powerful, but more malleable." This is why we at the Ford Foundation call ourselves a social justice foundation. The last year for me has been one of many lessons, but I'll tell you two stories that encapsulate our challenge as a society. The first was a conversation I had with a prominent university president who appreciated that I had spoken about inequality and social justice in a talk. And I said to her, "Well, there is a time when university presidents would talk about social justice." The response was, "We can't offend today." We're all fundraisers. We've got capital campaigns to run and buildings to build. So it's hard for us to talk about social justice. The second thing that happened to me was a conversation among a group of rather elite types who were talking about, in their view, how challenging it must be to work in Africa with all those corrupt governments. And I reminded them that our system is corrupt too. It's just legal. And we have to, as a society, get out of our smugness to challenge ourselves when righteousness and justice is why we are here. It just reminds me that we all have work to do. The American democracy needs every one of you in this room to do the work that you are doing. And I pledge to you that the Ford Foundation will stand behind you and with you on the journey. Thank you and good evening.
Living in Inglewood, every day's a homicide. Got bodies dropping and babies dying and mamas crying.
We see people shot out here over the littlest things, over perceived insults.
On a mission to get the money, it's about the grind. This is Chicago and everybody trying to shine.
They join gangs for unconditional love, respect, sense of belonging, and most importantly, a purpose. I decided to duplicate that model and using boxing as my platform versus drugs.
It's crazy to watch your best friend die. Tears falling from your eyes cause you couldn't say goodbye. Now you faced with the fact that you never see them again, and everything that you done told them is not going with the wind. I wanna live.
Now in here you're a boxer, and here we're all brothers. I always ask every young man I meet, what's your dream?
We gotta give it all that we can give. I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live.
A lot of them don't know.
All that we can give. I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live, I wanna live. We gotta give it all that.
I always just encourage them and say, there's greatness in you. I can tell that. You're a very special young man.